What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, April 16th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the transfer portal is open for business. The Buck and I will talk about the latest rumors and discuss what positions Texas should be going after in the spring portal window that is open for the next 10 days, plus some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser, including some standouts from the first 10 practices of spring football. We got a little Longhorn baseball chatter as well. Texas getting some revenge against UT-RGV last night. We'll talk a little NBA, 2 play-in games down. We've got 2 more tonight. And some of these first-round matchups in the NBA postseason are now set. We've got the latest out of Dallas, where Mavs GM Nico Harrison held a closed-door meeting with select members of the Dallas media yesterday, and the Mavs keep digging themselves a bigger hole as they get ready for their play-in game this evening. We've got some NFL trade rumors. Could the Dallas Cowboys be in the mix for one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL? We will discuss, and a question about journalistic ethics on today's show as well. We've got a ton to get into in the world of sports and beyond. Hope everyone is having a great week so far, and a happy hump day to each and every one of you out there, including you, Buck. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm doing great, man. What a great morning. Beautiful outside, nice and cool weather as we get ready to calm down a little bit. Look for rain this weekend, possibly on Saturday evening and Sunday. It will rain over the weekend. I'll let you know that. The weather is here for you. It's going to rain. Temperatures are going to be okay, though, but it's going to rain. Cool front coming in next week, but rain is coming, and we need it. We can use it. So get your Easter egg hunt on Friday or Thursday if you can, because Sunday may be a wash. But it's not going to stop your Saturday. I think anything you have on Saturday is going to be okay during the day.
Is that legal to have an Easter egg hunt on not Easter?
Yeah, you can do that. People do that. People do those preemptive strikes instead of running around on Sunday. You know, they get some stuff done on Saturday. They have hunts with the kids and stuff.
Okay.
We used to have we had the good, we had the little kids. They had the eggs that had like grandparents' names on them that were worth, it got to be good when it was worth money. And then we had to eventually stop it. The kids get ready to go off to college, and they wanted to know, what about the Easter egg hunt? And they're saying, hey, we can up the price on these to some $10 and $20. I'm like, no, I'm not having you guys beat each other up for eggs in the backyard, because they would be fighting over eggs. Someone would see one in the edge of a tree and dive up there and take out the leg, sweep the leg or whatever it is to get to an egg. So we kind of stopped that. But
That's when you know the
late.
kids are too old for the Easter egg hunt, when they start negotiating prices with
Oh,
you.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That's sort of that and the tooth fairy. When we start negotiating teeth and they start pulling teeth out just for the hell of it, then you have to stop that stuff. Nico's dad.
What about the grandkids? Are you in charge of the Easter egg hunt, or is that the parents' bit
That's
for
the
them?
parents. They bring over friends and go out and they do that. I think that was going to be like Saturday that they were going to do that. I don't take part as a grandparent. I'm probably not going to. I won't see as a grandpa an Easter egg hunt where I'm out there in this state this time of the year running around with a bunch of kids looking for eggs. No. And plus it's time to eggs cost too much. What's wrong with you?
They got to have
Cost
fake eggs, right? You
fake
don't
eggs.
buy real eggs for this, do
Oh,
you?
no. Wait a minute. Of course you do. You used to do real eggs, just hard-boiled eggs, and then, of course, you dyed the eggs the colors, and you put names on them. You learn how to do little painting stuff. You've dyed eggs before.
Never.
Never?
No.
Yeah, I've been through the whole dyeing eggs as a kid and as an adult, as a parent. Yeah. Dye them, you dye them Saturday night. It's almost like the whole Santa bit where you don't let anybody know. Or you generally, as your kids get older, you dye the eggs with the kids. And you talk about a mess. Oh my God, the dye's on stuff for like the next year. You come back and there's still a spot on the floor that you could never get up because the dye was too thick. Or I used to always find eggs like a year later, or I'd go outside and do something, and there'd be an egg from like 2 years before. The one that the valuable egg that you had hid as the parent, you're the one who hid it, and there's no way they were going to ever find it, but you end up finding it 2 years later. Ugh.
Oh, there's no way they'll ever find it because there's no way you'll ever find it.
Yeah. That's the one you throw across in the neighbor's yard.
I've never been a part of an Easter egg hunt. I've never been a part of any part of an Easter egg hunt, whether it's the dying or the hiding or the hunting. Like,
oh, they didn't let you people join in?
No, we didn't even ask to join in. Like, that's a very serious holiday for you people. So it's like, all right, we'll do our own thing that day.
It's the kids thing. There's nothing religious about the hunt. The hunt is the hunt for the cash. That's the capitalists in the kids and the parents.
The Jews were able to use the underground tunnels in the neighborhoods, which gave us an advantage. I think that's what the Christian parents were worried about.
They already knew where the eggs were?
Yeah, we had some sort of inside source and some secret way to get to all of the eggs. So they didn't want to cheat.
I mean, we were in the high school. The kids were still in the high school. As I said, before they went off to college, they were pissed because we stopped the egg hunt because they started getting out of hand about that should be, Nana's egg should be like $50 before I leave. No, I'm like, what? A $50 egg? What, are you kidding me?
You're trying to rob the olds now?
Yeah, they would rob the olds.
Oh.
They would go in there, they'd gather those eggs and they'd sit at the table and exchange, one kid would steal the other egg from somebody else that was 50. They all knew about it. They knew the whole scam. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much to you and to your families, and happy Easter and happy Passover to all as we get ready for a very holy time of the year for lots of folks out there. So, and do be safe out there because people are going to start, it's Wednesday, they're going to start, if they're leaving town, they're going to start hoofing it out of town in their cars. They're trying to get to different relatives. So be on the lookout. Have your head on a swivel out there on the roads right now.
This feels like a rough travel weekend and a rough grocery store weekend coming up.
Yeah, today's the day. Today's the day you need to get out there and get to the store this morning or later on this evening.
Get it done before it gets too crowded.
Oh, yeah. I don't think the farmer's market, I can't imagine it being – no, I don't think they'll have the farmer's market on Saturday. But they may. I have to go by there. Me and my boys.
Yeah, you and your boys. You're going to be wearing a crop top and holding hands with somebody skipping around that
with
place.
With Crocs on.
Oh, man. Not that there's anything wrong with that, by the way.
Yeah, PK, speaking of the opening of the portal, I think this is I was thinking yesterday, what a great opportunity for this kid, Nico's dad, to jump out, with his son not going to Tennessee, to come out and say, this is all about me. Don't blame my 19-year-old, 20-year-old son. This is about me. I was the one that orchestrated this whole thing. And hopefully some school will be interested in my son. And whatever he wants to do and where he wants to go would be fine. He can flip the narrative around a little bit, but I'm always going to look at a kid who's 19 or 20 that understands the difference between 500,000, 200,000, 2.4 million as being enough. But the dad can do a pretty good deed by his son and by college football by coming out and saying, this kind of is all about me. That's not going to hurt that dad very much to come out and say, this was about me. This was my son.
Yeah, the spring portal is officially open today, and the biggest story around the transfer portal continues to be Nico Iamaleava.
Yeah, somebody's going to want him for whether it's $1 million. I don't think he's going to get close to what he was getting before, but somebody's going to offer him some money. So the dad can do good by the kid here.
Yeah, and people dunk on agents all of the time, but this story is a prime example of why it's important to hire somebody who knows what they're doing.
Sure.
And it sounds like Nico Iamaleava's family kept this all in-house, and this was 100% a dad bit, thinking that he could get his son, a.k.a. his client, some more money from Tennessee, and Tennessee called his bluff. And now Nico is no longer with the Tennessee football program, and it sounds like he's going to have a tough time getting anything close to what his dad was asking for just a week ago. So
yeah, you're going to take what you get. You're going to get a decent – you're still going to get it. You'll be able to make it through the semester no matter where you go, but try to get to a place that you can, hone in your skill and make yourself a little bit better than you were last year. And as I said, the dad can come out of this looking like, okay, I made a mistake, but I'm going to do what's best by my son because, yeah, this is orchestrated by the dad. It's not orchestrated by the kid.
No, and the most recent thing we've heard from Nico Iamaleava's dad, Nick, is a tweet that he sent out last Thursday where he called Pete Nakos of On 3. And Pete was the guy who initially reported that Tennessee and Nico were in active contract negotiations to try to get a new deal done before Tennessee spring game, which took place
Right.
last weekend. And Nick Iamaleava responded to that and called Pete Nakos bitch Nakos. And
Yeah.
that tweet is still out there on the internet, and that is the last thing that we've heard or seen publicly from Nico Iamaleava's dad. And yeah, not a great look for him.
No.
And you're seeing more teams bow out of the Nico Iamaleava sweepstakes than teams enter. So we talked yesterday about Bill Belichick in North Carolina reportedly being in the mix. They backed out. Tulane was another team that had been linked to Nico Iamaleava. Apparently, they have backed out as well. Now, we'll wait and see if those schools are just backing out because of the lofty price tag or if they're just done altogether because they don't want any part of this guy and this guy's family.
Wow.
But it is going in the wrong direction for young Nico right now.
Well,
And
I
he'll
think we all
find
kind of
somewhere.
knew that. We all kind of knew that. Once
Yeah.
Once the story came out about what you had and what you were trying to do to the school, there's schools that can't afford that, and they'll offer you probably something that's, once again, you can survive the semester with it, but you're gonna, they're gonna say, well, we're not going 1 cent past what we're gonna tell you we have for you. That's it. Sorry,
Yeah.
we can't do it. We don't even want to do this with you.
I saw a report yesterday that said multiple programs are waiting for the NIL demand to drop to 1 million.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, he was slated to make 2 to 2.5 at Tennessee.
Wow.
He was asking for 4 mil from
That's
Tennessee.
something.
They told him to shove it, and now, yeah, it sounds like Nico is going to be making less money than he was originally making at Tennessee when he wanted a raise.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll get a kid that understands that they made a mistake. Take that money, do whatever you can, dump some of these people within your inner circle, put some of that money away, and get to be a better quarterback. So if you want to play as an NFL quarterback, you got to get to the right place too, and you can't go in there with a bad attitude and the coach ready to. I mean, it wasn't like you were that, like you said, it wasn't like he was all that good.
Hmm.
He had a long way to go. He's got a lot of work to do for a young guy. So you need to go get your work done and don't worry about that money. So that means get rid of some of those bystanders that are hanging out with your dad and all that stuff, and get to work at a place that wants you. That's a decent program that you can help the program and help yourself out.
Definitely. And he's going to land somewhere. I mean, we're
Oh yeah,
talking
he
about
is.
a
There's no
former
doubt.
five-star, one of the top 10 players in the country in his recruiting class just a couple of seasons ago. And yeah, even though he wasn't great last season for Tennessee, he was good enough to help the Vols get into the college football playoff
Sure.
with a 10-2 record. So there's a lot to like about Nico's game to this point, and you'd like to think he's going to continue to improve moving forward. So he'll find somewhere.
Tulane is even out on $1 million probably, huh?
I don't know. I don't know about $1 million, but they leaked
They're out
that
on his
they are out.
They're out on his asking price probably right now.
Yeah, I think most schools are out on his
Yeah,
asking
that'll
price.
change. That'll have to change.
Yeah, and that price goes down. You'll see more teams show some interest, and that generally is how it goes. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad this is happening. I kind of hate it for the kid, but someone needed to be made an example of.
Yes.
Because this thing had gotten out of control, and
Well, his dad
hopefully
helped facilitate that madness. So.
Oh, for sure. Hopefully this sends a message to other college football players around the country. Like, hey, maybe, maybe 1 mil or 2 mil isn't that bad. Maybe you can deal with this, and don't try to be too greedy and ask for a whole hell of a lot, because you might end up in the same situation that Nico is in right now.
You don't need an entourage. You just need to get better.
Yeah, that's it. But this isn't the only time we're going to have a holdout in college football. This one all went down pretty quickly, but we're going to hear more stories about, holdouts or hold-ins with some top athletes across this sport. And Tennessee said, we're not dealing with this. You got to go. We'll see what other schools do moving forward. But this is not a one-off case. This is just the landscape of college football that we are in right
Well, I hope his
now.
dad does the right thing. I hope his dad gets that off that message off of there and Be the big guy, be the dad to apologize and say, I screwed up my son's deal. He didn't have anything to do. This was all about me and what we were trying to do. We thought we were doing what was best for him. We made a mistake. Here's what we like to do. We like to take what's offered to us and let's just move on. I got rid of Uncle Charlie. He doesn't have to get paid anymore for doing nothing.
Yeah. It's a tough situation for the kid, right? I'm sure Nico is pissed at the way this is going down, and he would prefer to still be at Tennessee. But
$2.5 million, the way he played last year, and then getting them to where they got to, I mean, that price would only get upped anyway as time goes on.
Right. What do you do if you're the kid, right? You tell your dad off, tell him, hey, screw you, Dad. I'm not listening to you. I'm doing this on my own and risk.
I'll say this. By the time I was 20, I could have been able to do that. I could have made my decision. I didn't need anybody to make a decision for me. 18, 17 or something like that. If I'm a freshman, maybe a sophomore, maybe I'm looking at kids all over and what they're getting and stuff. And maybe now I would hope my dad, first of all, I wouldn't let my dad get that involved like that. That just wouldn't be the part of it. I would think if I'm 20, which that kid probably is 20, I would think, 19 or 20 years old, I'd be able to say, I know what $2.5 million is. I don't need that much, and neither does your brother for making T-shirts, pumping out Nico T-shirts, Dad. That's not going to happen. That's now my money, or that's our family's money. That doesn't need to have this guy, your friend, your friend's friend involved because he thought he was a lawyer. No. I'll find a good lawyer. I'll ask people at the university to find me the right people. That's why representation is really important.
It is. Yeah, there are a lot of slimy agents out there, but, if you find the right person, they can get you the money that you've earned, and they can make sure that you're always taken care of throughout your playing career.
Absolutely.
If you hand off your business to the wrong person, then a situation like this can happen.
Well, it happens to people it happens to them in regular life. It happens to athletes that are older than 18 and 19 that go and have millions and millions and millions of dollars that make poor decisions on who they have representing them, and they lose their fortune.
You're right. It's not just a college kid thing. This happens to professional athletes. This happens to celebrities. This happens to just rich people all of the time.
Absolutely.
You entrust the wrong person with your money, and bad things are going to happen to you. And it's got to hurt more when it's your own family doing it. But that's the situation for Nico Iamaleava at Tennessee.
And it hurts the university. I mean, it crushes the university too. They had high hopes of this guy. That's that's not just for that kid. That's for that university. That head coach is now going to be under the gun. But he stood fast on what he said he was going to do. You could tell. It's an old timer, man.
It's a brutal situation to be in. Like with 2 days left in spring practice, your quarterback is like, I'm holding out. And then he basically leaves the program. I mean, you tell him to leave, but he's no longer a part of the program.
You got to fix that. Now they're expecting you to fix that problem.
Right. So you got to either get one of your younger guys up to speed without the benefit of spring ball.
Or you're in that portal today.
Or you're in the portal today, but again, without the benefit of spring ball. So whoever you bring in can't do spring practice. You got to get them on campus in the summer and just get them all ready to go. And then boom, fall camp is the first time you can actually practice with your new quarterback. So you're way behind the 8 ball here. I mean, a lot of people were picking Tennessee to make it to the playoff again this season. And I'm not saying they have no chance to do that, but this really hurts their chances to do that because, I mean, anytime you take a quarterback off of a roster just a couple of months before the season gets going, it's going to make life a lot more difficult.
That puts pressure on this guy, on Heupel's staff, everybody, because he's going to look to the quarterback coach and is going to say to him, you should have known you've been around this kid for 2 years now. You should have known what kind of kid this kid is. You needed to know more about the family. That's why when Sark talks about family and getting to know how we've recruited this guy for 2 years, they have to know about a lot more than just, the ability to play football. They got to know about the family, the dynamics of the family, who's in charge, I mean, that's what I used to do in recruiting. When a kid was said, I'm the one making the decision on where I go to school, you look over at the kid and look over at the dad, and dad looks over and goes, yeah, he's not really the one who's going to make this decision. It's all of us. Yeah, okay. Okay, son, yeah, that's good. I'm glad you're going to be the guy who makes the final decision. Yeah, no, you're not. I already know that. So you have to know the dynamics of that whole family deal. That's a part of your job now.
Right. And, I don't know what the high school recruitment of Nico Iamaleava was like, but it sounds like
Oh, yeah.
money was a big part of it.
Oh, I guarantee
And
you it was. The way it sounded when it first came out, it sounded like this kid was, like, almost getting paid before he got on the campus.
yeah, I'm sure he got offered a pretty nice NIL package to get him to sign. Again, we're talking about a 5-star quarterback who is one of the best players in the country in the class of 2023. So everybody wanted this guy, and to land a guy like that in today's college football, you got to pony up.
Dude, I can't
So
even imagine what he'd already put in his pockets from other places.
right, right, maybe. So yeah, it's a mess. And then I think most fake UT fans are backing Josh Heupel in this
Sure.
instance, and they're like, "Hey, screw you, Nico. Screw your family. Like, we don't need you. You're not bigger than this program. We'll
Yeah,
find
until Heupel
somebody else."
loses 7 games in a season, and then now they're
Yep.
pissed.
But that's what I was getting at. It's like, how patient will they be in the
Uh,
fall if Tennessee takes a major step back and instead of 10-2 competing for the CFP, they're 7-5 and nowhere close.
yeah, and everybody's pissed at him for the decision that just happened.
Right. Oh, you could have found a way to keep Nico
Oh, that's
here.
of course that's gonna yeah, you should be able to handle that, dad. Give the dad some money on the side. It'd be every this is like I said, and he's pissed at his staff because they didn't know enough about the kid. So everybody's mad at everybody.
Yeah, the players are in control right
And they're
now.
scrambling. They're gonna be in the portal themselves probably today. They're gonna be a part of
Yeah,
it.
I think so too. It's going to be a wild 10 days in the world of college football. Of course, we'll see where Nico Iamaleava ends up. We'll see what Texas does. We'll see what everybody does because players can re-enter the portal starting today. And again, this window is open for 10 days. So it closes on April 25th. It'll be a pretty fast, mad dash for these teams trying to fill out their rosters going into the summer.
BK, did you say that within the conference he'd have to sit out a year?
Yes. So that's why you're not seeing any SEC teams being linked to Nico right now. Most SEC teams kind of have their quarterback rooms figured out anyways.
Sure.
But yeah, you won't see any SEC teams rumored to be wanting Nico Iamaleava because in this spring portal window, you can't transfer within conference without sitting out a year.
Okay.
So, we saw Texas get a commit from Stanford wide receiver Emmett Mosley the fifth a couple of days ago. That guy obviously coming from a different conference, so he can play in 2025. But Texas can't bring anybody from LSU or Bama or South Carolina, the teams in this league, without them having to sit out one season.
Nico will be at Tech.
Texas Tech?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I heard the guys on the Lone Star Playbook talking about that. And Turbo was like, maybe. And Jordan is like, nah, I don't think Tech's going to be in the mix. So Tech has Baron Morton. They've got Will Hammond, I think, on the depth chart as well. So I think they like their quarterback situation. But
Don't they always have like a 12th year guy somewhere
yeah,
hanging
Baron
around?
Morton. It feels like Baron Morton has been like the next man up in Lubbock for about 15 years now. But all my Tech friends keep telling me he's the truth. So, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. But I don't know. I mean, Tech's got ridiculous amounts of money these days, and they're spending a lot of it on basketball. They've done a tremendous job in the portal there, but they also have, I think, a top 3 portal class in football this offseason. So all that oil money, they've got some rich ass alumni who were just desperate to see Texas Tech win any championship because they're like in football, men's basketball, and baseball, they've never won a national championship in any of those sports. They're like one of 2 or 3 power conference teams that has not won a single championship in the Big 3. So they are desperate to get it done. So yeah, they are throwing all sorts of money around. So if there's any team that could be willing to meet or at least come close to meeting the asking price for Nico, it would be Texas Tech.
Wow.
But I don't know, again, if they are in the market for a new quarterback because it
Yeah,
seems
this
like
whole
they
thing is set. This deal has soured, coaches on a. I mean, I got to have a can't miss guy, not a guy who's still developing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
hard to do. How can you get a can't miss guy?
Well, I mean, I think he's about as close to a can't miss quarterback you can find in the portal,
Oh, there's no
right?
doubt. Oh yeah, I mean, you're not going to find another one in the portal as good as that dude.
No, I mean, as soon as he entered, he instantly shot up to the number 1 ranking of all transfer portal players in college football. So this is as close to a sure thing as you could get. But yeah, if you're paying this dude $3 to $4 million a year, then you're expecting him to, well, be better than what he was last year and help your team compete for a conference championship and a national championship as well. So it's nuts, man. The story of the college football offseason. I hope this drags out. I hope we don't get a resolution here until like late next week.
I hope we don't get a resolution until fall camp.
That'd be something. Yeah, Nico just stays a free agent until I don't even know if he could play if he doesn't get scooped up here shortly.
Ooh,
I guess
get in class.
Well, you could commit after the portal window opens. The portal window is just for entering. So guys only have 10 days to enter, but I think you can commit and sign after April 25th. So technically Nico doesn't have to have this thing done by next weekend, but
hell, he can't get to practice anywhere.
He's already screwed himself. Like that's why you see most players, especially quarterbacks, enter the portal in the early window because more teams have holes to fill. And now at the end of the spring, most teams already know what their rosters look like. They've got their situations figured out, especially at quarterback, right? Because you're screwed if you don't have your quarterback room taken care of.
He was too busy trying to hold them hostage for all that time.
So your market is so much smaller right now. They're just so so many less teams, so fewer teams. So, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. Less teams looking for a QB right now, which is screwing Nico Iamaleava. And when the demand is a lot lower, then the money you get is obviously a lot lower.
Somebody says Oklahoma State sounds like a Gundy deal. Nah, they're not so high on Gundy. They're not going to let him make a move like that, especially if it's for the money.
Yeah, I don't know if they're giving Mike Gundy that kind of money right now.
No, they barely wanted to give him another contract.
Yeah, a lot of Oklahoma State fans wish he was done. So I don't know. I mean, I think that would help Oklahoma State. I'll be honest. I don't know their quarterback situation. I think Alan Bowman is finally gone.
Oh, yeah.
I shouldn't even say that because with that dude, you never know. But he's back at Texas Tech. But Oklahoma State, maybe. I mean, that'd be a good get for them. You go from one ugly shade of orange to almost an identical ugly shade of orange.
You're trying to put this guy in the Big 12.
Put him in the Big 12. How about that? That's where he belongs, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's too bad. That's good. I'm excited for Sark and see where his direction is on this portal and what they need to do. But they need to do something. There's a couple gets that they if there's availability. And one of them, I know we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk about it. But BK, I still think if there's an offensive lineman to grab them or a defensive lineman is going to be kind of tough right now. You're done with spring ball. It's hard to bring one of those guys in the fall and try to plug them in. But offensive linemen, if they're out there, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll let you hear from Steve Sarkisian in a second. He talked about some of the positions that Texas could be going after in the portal. Obviously, the Longhorns have already brought in a receiver, and we'll see what else could be on the horizon for Texas. But before we get to that conversation, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
To our friends over at Relax the Back, folks. My back has been screwed up for years and years and years, going on 25 years. And I went to the folks that Relax the Back, and I said, I'm going to have thoracic back surgery. I'm going to have reconstruction. So I need to find a chair that's going to really make me comfortable and help me out. I know every day there's some sort of pain with me, but I can't go through this crazy pain. Is there something you can do to reduce some of the pain? And they found a chair just for me, and I've been in this chair for over 20 years now. I love this chair. And if you're having problems with your neck, your back, your thoracic, your lumbar area, your hips, your shoulders, call on our friends over at Relax the Back. They can help you out. They've got Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, human scale office chairs, desks, all the accessories that you need. And, of course, they've got those zero-gravity recliners. Love a good recliner. Well, I don't have one, but I'd love to get one, and you should too. But I spend my time in this leather chair right here that I absolutely love. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Sitting in my Relax the Back chair this morning. Love it.
One of these days you'll turn around and go back to Houston and give those people their – no, you won't. The one that you stole from the pool, they're never getting that back.
Finders keepers, bitches.
Wow. Anything at the pool belongs to me.
Yep. Anything I see belongs to me.
There you go.
Those are the rules. Hey, check out the shirt this morning.
Nice.
Rocking the OLIPOP shirt on today's show. We love repping OLIPOP. This stuff is the game changer of all game changers. If you haven't tried OLIPOP yet, you are missing out. We've been talking about this stuff for more than a year now with damn good reason. OLIPOP has changed the game. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Tastes just like the soda you've been drinking for years and the soda that you know and love. But the good news is the ingredients in OLIPOP are a lot different than the sodas you've been drinking in the past. You've got 9 grams of fiber in every can. You've got prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fiber. I don't really know what those words mean. I just know those things help support good digestive health. So every time I drink OLIPOP, I'm supporting my gut health. Every time you drink OLIPOP, you're going to be supporting your gut health as well. They've got 19 different flavors to choose from, and they keep adding seemingly by the month. You can pick some up the next time you're at the grocery store, any grocery store, HEB, Whole Foods, Walmart, Target, Costco, wherever you go, you can find individual cans or 4-packs of the greatness that is OLIPOP.
Love them. And our good friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south. Want to make the landscaping around your home look wonderful? You can. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Get 10% off of all your items up to $500. Roses, oak trees, you name it, all the different varieties of plants that they have right there. Plus, if you don't want to do the work, let them get a landscaper, a professional landscaper that will come out to your place and contract it. You don't have to dig the holes like the Buck was doing the other day, but that's all right. It's well worth it too. It's well worth an experiment around your home, but talk to the professionals there. They'll tell you about fertilizers, what kind of soil you need to use in different parts of our area. That's Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. Love the folks there.
Yes, indeed. I might have to get me a plant here.
Yeah, you need a fall plant that's coming. No, you need a summer plant. You need another cactus on the back porch. That's all you need. Cactus. Go water it, pee on it every once in a while. You'll be just fine.
Is that good?
No, not really.
Okay, I was going to say that'd be pretty easy then.
No, just go out on your back porch.
Yeah.
No.
One of my neighbors sees me and complains. It's like, I'm just trying to keep this plant alive, dude.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? I'm just trying to help out.
Yeah.
No, you need to go. You need to go back and get that same cactus you had that would flower once. And then when winter time comes, which we don't know when winter is there anyway, just bring it inside, open up the sliding glass door, just leave it inside there, bring it back out this time of year. It's all you have to do.
Yeah,
you water it once a month, you're good.
It's a lot of work, but
yeah, sounds like a lot of work.
It lived. I had one, the one that you gave me lived for about 8-9 months. Pretty good run.
And then it got cold, and that was it.
And then it got cold. Yeah, I was doing a pretty good job of bringing it inside when it got cold, but I think there was one time where I was out of town when it froze.
You only need to forget one time. That's it.
Nighty night. Love Leaf Landscape and Supply. All right, let's let you hear from Steve Sarkisian. This comes from last week's media availability. We played it last week, but it's obviously pertinent to play today because, well, here's Sark talking about the transfer portal. The portal opens today. The Longhorns obviously added somebody from the portal earlier this week with Stanford wide receiver Emmett Mosley V. Here was Sark last week talking about what Texas could be looking at in this spring portal window.
Well, we're always going to evaluate the portal, and as for those that know, I mean, we really try to identify the portal to where we think there's a need, but yet also is the person we're bringing in an upgrade to maybe what we have, or can it supplement what we have at certain positions? Naturally, there's a couple positions depth-wise we're not where we need to be right now, so we'll look at the portal that way. Our numbers are down at receiver right now. From a scholarship standpoint, our numbers are down on the defensive line from where our numbers really should be, and our numbers really down at tight end. And so it's not a secret that we'll look to the portal. But I don't want to take a guy just for a number. I want to take, if you're going to go in the portal, can he help that room play at even a higher level? And so we'll have to assess it. It's free agency, I like to say, but they have to opt into free agency. And so it's not like you can just say, hey, we need a defensive tackle, let's go get a really good one. If they're available, sure, we'll try to, but that doesn't mean that caliber of player will be available to.
Yeah, they'll try everything they can to get one if they're available. Nobody's going to outbid them when it comes to somebody that they truly want. they're right in the thick of things. You know, they're Texas. That's what they're going to do. They're going to be right in the thick. But they're not going to take a guy that they have that's very similar to what they have on campus already that they can develop. They're just not going to do it for a numbers standpoint, unless that guy is very comparable to what they have on campus or they think is better. They're not taking it just for numbers' sake. They won't do that. They rather recruit them and build through that way or wait to the portal the following year. They don't need – they need numbers at certain positions. I got that. But they're not bringing in players just for the sake of it because there's a lot of – Sark understands there's a lot of things that you have to – they've got to fit what their program is all about too. They don't want to bring in some deadbeat, you know, that they're coaches and you hear around the conference that they're in, yeah, but he doesn't work that hard. You know, no, they're not bringing guys in to change them attitude-wise or anything else. They got to be viable guys that are very, very much worth what they're going to try to do. Like I said, they're not just taking guys just for the sake of taking guys and say, oh, we took this guy in the transfer portal. And people are saying, oh, that's great. You know, he's going to be good. No, we're not taking the guy. He's got to be good to come to Texas, I believe.
Yeah, and Steve Sarkisian talked about 3 positions there, right? Wide receiver, tight end, and defensive line. You wonder if the addition of Emmett Mosley V means that Texas is no longer looking for a wide receiver. Now, I'd be on board with them bringing in one more experienced wide receiver because right now you only have 3 guys on your roster who have ever caught a pass in college football. So if you can add one more guy with some skins on the wall at this level, then, okay, sign me up. That's a position, though, you're not just bringing in a body at wide receiver. No. You're not bringing in any developmental guys. That's why Texas wasn't in the mix for Micah Hudson the first time he hit the portal this offseason, and why I don't think Texas is in the mix for Micah Hudson right now, because like he's a 5-star receiver who you were very interested in during his high school recruitment, but you already have a bunch of 4- and 5-star wide receivers who haven't done anything on your roster. So there's no point in bringing in another one of those developmental type of guys.
Right. Well, yeah, you don't want to work for it, BK. If a kid like that said, I'd like to come to Texas and called you up and said, Coach, I really would like to come to Texas.
They said no. Yeah. They don't want him.
They just don't want him, period?
No, I think it would send a bad message to bring in a guy like Micah Hudson, because if you're one of the other 4- and 5-star recruits already on this roster, you're thinking, well, why would I stay here if every year they're just going to go bring in guys like this from the transfer portal, and it's going to prevent me from getting an opportunity to play?
Well,
why would I?
You get very few shots at a 5-star guy.
Well, they've got like 2 or 3 5-stars already in the room. Is the point?
Well, then they don't really need to. I can tell the way they feel about the guys anyway. Well, we'll see what they bring in. They brought in one guy, so we'll see if they bring in another guy.
That's the guy they should be going after. If they do bring in another guy, it should be someone closer to Emmett Mosley than Micah Hudson.
Right.
I said Micah Parsons there. So if there's another guy who, again, has a career's worth of college production, or at least 1 year's worth of college production.
And they want you. They want you. They're looking to come to you. You're not looking to have to go chase them. Sure. They want to come to this offense and want to be a part of it. They call you, Coach, I like what you do. I want to be a part of it. You know,
how would you not want to be a part of this offense if you're a wide receiver?
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
And look at what Steve Sarkisian has done, developing receivers, turning guys into NFL draft picks. Texas had a 1st-rounder and a 2nd-rounder last year. They're going to have another 1st-rounder and potentially a 2nd-rounder this year. And oh, by the way, you get to catch passes from Arch Manning if you come to Texas this year. So, yeah, I think a lot of wide receivers out there would be interested in coming to Texas. The question becomes, who is Texas interested in? And can they find that guy that they feel like is an upgrade over the other dudes that they have?
Oh, yeah, even though I say a guy wants to come there, it can't be just a guy. He's got to have some real ability if he's the guy that wants to, you know. I'm sure they have people calling them up all the time. Coach, I'd like to come. Coach, I'd like to come. You look at the guy, he's got 8 catches in his career, and you're going, shit. Hell, 8 catches is more than some of the guys that he has on his team. So they have to be really good players. And the same on defense. You just got to be careful the type of guys that you bring in. And I'm surprised he didn't say an offensive lineman. They do like the homegrown deal that they've been doing. Been good. It's been good to them.
It's been good to him. You know, I wouldn't hate bringing in a reserve offensive lineman just to give you a little depth. Like right now, your backup left tackle is true freshman Nick Brooks, who apparently is having an incredible spring. And he's a, 6'6", 6'7", like 340 pounds. He's a monster of a human being. So he's already like got the size that you would want
Sure.
in a college football left tackle. But that's a scary proposition, being one play away from having to trot out a true freshman on your offensive line to protect your quarterback's blind side. So I don't know. Again, Steve Sarkisian didn't mention offensive line in that cut that we just played. And like you said, they've just recruited and developed in-house, and it's worked over these last few years. So maybe they're fine with the guys that they have, and they just trust that that system is going to work again in 2025. But yeah, if there's some sort of reserve offensive lineman out there that just gives you a little bit more depth.
Yeah, I trust in them, but I understand that college football eventually on the defensive line, it's hard to do what they've done for back-to-back years. And I just think that you're going to get to one of those years, and it's going to be like, damn, those weren't like the ones that were there last year or the year before. I mean, it just happens to you. They've been very fortunate to have back-to-back years of getting to the semifinals with guys that, they've been their guys. They truly have been their guys. And now they've gone in the portal and got some guys that have helped them out. I mean, it's hard to get a war daddy out of the portal to leave where no matter where he was, if he's a war daddy and has been doing, they will find him. NFL will find that dude. You know?
Yeah, they need more. And, Texas has already brought in 3 portal defensive linemen, but I think they're going to bring in 2 more, or at least try to bring in 2 more over these next couple of weeks. So
if you can bring in 5 and find 1 out of the 5 that's the guy, that's a big deal right there.
Yeah, I mean, Sark talked about it. They're just short on bodies, right? They just don't have enough scholarship players in that defensive line room. And, Bo Davis, towards the end of his Texas tenure, just Texas wasn't recruiting.
Well, yeah, you get the outside rushers, but you don't get the inside, the big ones inside,
No, and Travis Shaw, one of those transfer portal D linemen that Texas acquired back in the winter, he apparently has been dealing with a lingering knee issue. So he's been practicing during the spring, but it sounds like an issue that's plagued him for a while, and an issue that Texas might not be 100% sure is going to be 100%
doesn't
cleared
get to
up.
Get better, and he's got to work and get better, and by working, but the knee doesn't get any better.
Right. So you're worried about that. And also Justice Terry, who's the 5-star, a top 10 player in this number 1 class that you just brought in. He's only about 265 right now. So, you need more beef. Where's the beef, Wendy's? You need more beef.
Yeah, you need to get him on the UT plan that when they say 270, he's really 290.
Right. So, that's 265. You could play on the edge at that weight, but you can't play interior defensive lineman in the SEC at 265. So I assume they're trying to put more weight on Justice Terry, but can he get to 285, 290 by August 30th?
Well, you're going to hope he can get to 275.
Right. At least, even then, I don't know if that's enough to you got to play at Ohio State. You know how big that offensive line is.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you're just going to have some of your guys that you didn't think you were going to depend on. Once again, your new defensive line coach from last year has to come in and come through again and get a couple guys ready that are going to have to go in and spell guys for a number of series that you really weren't. They know what to expect now. They understand we don't have this guy or that guy. So I'm going to coach you up that you're going to be able to spell my guy for 3 series in a game or 2 series in a game. I think you can do that. I think I can get you to that point because they're not just going to automatically just show up. Everybody's not going to be as good as the guys we saw last year. It's just too hard to do. For 3 years in a row, wow.
I know. It feels like there's an inevitable drop-off. Now, we thought that was going to happen last year.
I truly did.
But at some point, right, you feel like it's coming. And, with
unless
Alfred
you just
Collins,
have unless you just have one of those breakthrough, you're the number 1 team recruiting-wise, and you get – or they end up coming from the Atlanta area. They were going to go to Georgia. They end up on your campus.
Well, that's Justice Terry, but he's only a freshman. The difference, I think 2-3 years from now, Justice Terry is going to be one of the best defensive players in the sport. But, with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton last year, there were questions because they were taking over for Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy.
And it took Alfred Collins 5-8 years or whatever it took.
That's my point. Those guys were already seniors. So it's those guys had grown men bodies, and even though they weren't perfect before last season, they at least had played a lot of college football, and they had already been developed at the University of Texas and been in the strength and conditioning program here with Torrey Becton.
Yeah,
You
I'd like
don't
to find one of
have
those.
that.
I'd like to find one of those guys in this portal that they can just target and say, yeah, we want. Yeah,
You don't have that. Like, there's none of those guys have done it at Texas, is my point. Like, so
right.
anybody you get is going to be a question mark. And I don't know if you're going to be able to get anybody better than, Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw and Hero Canoe in the spring window. Cause again, there are less people in this spring portal than there were in the winter. And like that, I don't know if that guy's going to be out there.
Yeah, what's crazy is now I see why you have so many staff, because you got a bunch of staff looking at film of guys all over the country, you know?
For sure. For sure. For sure. Shout out to
Wow.
our guy, Noe, by the way, the
No
most
way.
generous TSU audience member. Appreciate the super chat this morning. Hook 'em indeed. If you've got any questions, if any of y'all have any questions, feel free to hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. That's 512-BABY-FAT, or hit us up on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Facebook in the live
And then
chat.
obviously, BK, they've got to go after a tight end.
Yeah, they do. They do. I think that might be the number one position of need right now. Like, before they brought in that Stanford receiver, I would have said wide receiver is number one. Again, I still would like them to go get one more wide receiver, but now that they've got one in, I think that like goes down a peg or two on the list of most important positions for the Horns right now. I think tight end is number one.
Yeah, your new quarterback's got to build some camaraderie with a new tight end for the next couple of years, I believe. Not just for 1 year, because I don't think in 1 year you're not coming close to what Gunnar Helm did in 1 year with somebody brand new. I don't care if they're already in your program or you go pick them somewhere else. If you get 70% of what you got out of that guy, that's going to be a hell of a year for somebody. But you need a tight end that's going to be around this quarterback for at least 2. If he's going to be here for 2, you got to get them together. They got to get the catchy catch going here, because that was a key position last year here.
I'll disagree with you on the first part of that. I won't disagree with you on the importance of the tight end position last year, and really the last 3 years, with JT Sanders for 2 and then Gunnar
Yeah.
Helm last year. You've got younger guys. Like, you've got redshirt freshman Jordan Washington. You've got 2 true freshmen that you brought in that you feel pretty good about, and Nick Townsend and Amari
Mhm.
Winston. Like, I think you've got, tight ends waiting in the wing who are going to be really good in 2026 and
Do you
2027.
think they're athletically? I mean, because Gunnar Helm ended up being a pretty good athlete, as we saw,
Yeah.
in his second year for sure.
Yeah, well, that was his senior year of college football. So like,
Right.
you let him develop for a little bit. I think Texas has those developmental guys. I don't think they have a guy who's good enough for this year's team. So look, if you could get somebody who's really good this year and is going to be here in 26, of course, I would love for that to happen. But I think, like, if you could just find somebody with skins on the wall, because you have 0 career catches in that tight end room.
Wow.
So if you could find somebody that just caught like 35 balls last year at some
Sure.
power conference school, then that feels like an instant upgrade and gives you at least some sort of security blanket at that position. So there's
Yeah,
one
you're
name
right.
out there, Buck, that like, this is the guy. This is the guy that you want. His name is Jack Endries. He is transferring from Cal. Hasn't officially entered the portal, but everyone expects him to enter the portal today. He's 6'4", 240. He was a
Okay.
freshman All-American 2 years ago. This past season, he caught 56 passes for 623 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And Pro Football Focus has him rated as the number 2 tight end in America this year. Not number 2 transfer tight end, like the number 2 returning tight end in college football.
No matter
For
where he goes,
2025.
huh?
Yeah, so that's the guy right there. Alabama's reportedly interested. Miami's reportedly interested. Those 2 schools have a lot of money. And Indiana is also in the mix. And you're like, what is this, basketball? Well, Cal's quarterback transferred to Indiana this offseason. So they may actually be the favorite if that tight end who put up good numbers last year with that quarterback wants to, continue playing with that quarterback. Mendoza, I think is his name. So that's the guy, though. Like, 56 balls, 623 yards in the ACC a season ago. That's your Gunnar Helm replacement, and that
Yeah, no
ensures that
kidding.
you still have a reliable target at tight end.
Yeah, that sounds like the guy. You're absolutely right.
the guy. So again, there are other schools that are going to be interested, and you might have to drop the bag on Jack Injuries to get him to even consider you. But that's the guy. That's the name to look out for right there. He's the top tight end that is in the portal.
Yeah, yeah, you got it. Like you said, you just got so much production out of Gunnar Helm and that position last year. You just can't say, okay, that's all right. We'll get another receiver and we'll do it that way. No,
No, you
no,
can't just hope. We talk
right.
about it a lot. Hope is not a plan. You can't
No,
just
it's not.
hope that Spencer Shannon is ready or Jordan
No,
Washington's ready or Amari Winston's ready. Like you've got to have somebody that can be reliable for your first year quarterback. You can't be breaking a bunch of first year players in on offense. You need
and
to give
hoping you
your
can
young
find one
quarterback.
out of that group. No, you're
Yeah,
right.
you need to give your young quarterback as much help as you can, and bringing in a tight end who knows what it takes to be successful in high major college football. That's doing that.
I agree.
So we'll see. One other name to keep an eye out on. One other name that I would love Texas to get. And again, it's hard to tell because the portal opens today, so we don't know who's going to actually throw their name in the portal. But there's a wide receiver from Syracuse by the name of Trevor Pena. 84 catches, 941 yards, and 9 touchdowns for the Cuse last
That
year.
dude has entered the portal.
I don't think he has yet, but folks around Syracuse expect him to enter the
And he
portal.
was pretty good last year. Although he had the kid that came from Ohio State just was flinging the ball to him all over the joint.
Yeah, it helped. I mean, Syracuse won 10 games last year.
Yeah, their passing game was on top.
Yeah, this guy's also an elite return man. Like for a lot of his college career, he was just a returner.
Right.
And then last year, he burst onto the scene as a wide receiver. He's going to be a sixth-year senior, so total rental one and done guy. But man, 84 catches, 941 yards, and 9 touchdowns. You bring that type of dude in here, then all of a sudden, wide receiver is no longer a question mark.
So they think he's going to be out there, huh? Well, yeah, they don't have a quarterback back there.
Yeah, I think he's going to be out there, and Syracuse. I don't know if they have the money to keep a guy like that, right?
They got some alums that have some cash.
But they're all journalists.
Journalists, they got journalist money. Come on, man.
That's not a thing. We don't make a lot of money in this field.
Come on. They got Syracuse, home of Jim Brown, Ernie Davis.
Well, I don't know if you had to pay those guys back then.
No.
You just had to let them beat women, and it was all good.
Oh, gee.
Sorry about that, Jim Brown. Yeah, I don't know. I just think in today's landscape, that's going to be tough for Cuse, which is good news for somebody out there. We'll see if Texas is that somebody. But if Pena ends up portaling, then yeah, a lot of teams will be in the mix.
Yeah, that scares me. Places like Ohio State with guys like that.
Oh my God. Do they need another receiver? Are you kidding me?
They'll find when someone will show up this year.
They already have the best player in college football
Yeah.
with Jeremiah Smith going into year 2 somehow. That might have been the best player at the end of college football last year as a true frosh.
Why can't he just sit out?
I know. Like, sit out for 2 more years. He doesn't have to play another snap, and he's going to be a top 10 pick. Just sit out.
Sit out.
At least
Yeah,
for
have
the
his
first
dad
game.
make a good decision.
There we go. I'm sure he's being taken care of in Columbus.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that guy's making millions, plural. Like whatever the highest paid non-quarterback is in this sport, that's what Jeremiah Smith is making.
Yes.
He should have like some sort of clause in his NIL deal that says anytime somebody at another position makes more than me, I need a new deal that pays me that.
Gosh.
Yeah, it must be nice. One piece of national portal news, and this impacts Texas. Oklahoma has landed itself a running back, and it's one of the top portal running backs that was available. Cal running back Jaden Ott has announced a commitment to Oklahoma. This guy was an All-American 2 years ago. He ran for more than 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns in 2023 at Cal. Last year, not the same. He dealt with a couple of injuries, wasn't 100%, and his production dropped. I mean, he only had 385 yards last year, only played in like 10 games, but again, didn't play in all of those 10 games, or you know what I mean? Only averaged 3.3 yards a carry last year. So a disappointing 2024, but again, a guy who was an All-American in 2023. It's a nice addition to Oklahoma, and a guy that
Good
Texas
for them. We can bust him in the face in October.
That'll be nice. Yeah, it's all setting up for just a total collapse for Brent Venables, right?
Sure. Get the best running back, and then what do you do with him? Texas just slaps them all over the place.
Yeah, OU's had a great offseason. They brought in one of the best portal quarterbacks with John Mateer. They got a young up-and-coming offensive coordinator that a lot of people wanted to hire. Now they go out and get their running back. All is setting up nicely for Brent Venables to crash and burn, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's the fire hose drinker.
He's got another year of being down there. So
he's out of excuses now.
You think so? This is it? He's done with the excuses?
I would love for Oklahoma to go like, I don't know, 8-4, 9-3, whatever it takes to keep BV around for another year.
9-3 will keep him around. 8-4, possibly.
Possibly.
Anything that has a 7 on it, goner.
Yeah, well, they had 7 losses last year. So,
wow.
Yeah, that would definitely make them a goner after 2025. They've got that tough schedule again. Remember, you play the same teams that you played last year.
Just flip it around, huh?
And we talked about how favorable Texas's schedule was, and the Longhorns have a pretty favorable SEC slate again this year. Oklahoma was dealt a pretty rough hand last season, and they've got to deal with it again this season. So I think 8 wins would for sure keep Venables around. Maybe 7 would too. But, whatever it takes, whatever that minimum number to get that dude, maybe another contract extension. Who knows?
That's right. They do give those generally given out in the summertime before it starts, though.
They gave him one after year 2 when they beat Texas and choked away an opportunity to play for the Big 12 championship game. But apparently that was enough for OU to give Venables a new deal. And it didn't work last year because they sucked. They always suck. It's OU.
Yeah, of course they suck.
757 and OU still sucks.
Yeah, they got a new running back. Now, where you said they had to go to California and snag one from somebody else? Couldn't find one in the state of Texas that they had to always steal, or one from Oklahoma. They're going all the way to Cali to get one. That ain't going to work.
They went to Cal to get Jaden Otts. They've got some younger running backs waiting in the wing, and a couple of guys who have been there on campus for a while. Taylor Tatum is one. Javante Barnes is one. Probably somebody else that I'm missing too, but they get the experienced guy and the guy that they feel like can be an upgrade for.
Nice. Good for them.
Good for them.
Any Aggie news? The Aggies doing anything, or they just what are they doing? They're just keeping all their players, they're not entering the portal?
Yeah, I heard Mike Elko's getting an even bigger shirt this year.
Gee.
And he's rocking the longer dress in 2025.
Keep that dude as long as they can.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard much from A&M as of late.
They're ready to crash the party when it comes to recruiting, as they have been.
Yeah.
How they do it, I don't know, but they find a way to do it.
Yeah, well, they've got money. That's how they do it. And, it's an SEC school in the state of Texas. That also helps their cause. But that's, they're 8-4 or 7-5 every year, feels like. So they got to find a way to get over that hump.
Yeah, they do.
I'm sure people will have high hopes. They'll probably be a preseason top 25 team.
Oh, my.
And they won't end the year in the top 25. It's usually how it works for our little brothers at Texas A&M. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian that we'll play in a moment. Sark talking about spring football and some guys who have stood out through the first 2/3 of spring practice. We also got some Texas baseball to get into and a little NBA postseason to talk about in hour number 2. But before we go any further, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick's. We'll be there tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. We will be there for our show. Of course, they've got that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, Texas theme items. They've got tons of a wide variety of men's and women's clothing to fit all sizes, round-shouldered, short-shouldered, skinny, heavy. They've got it all there. Believe me, they've got all the golf apparel. I wore my golf shirt, the number one shirt there, BK, the little horns. I had it on yesterday. I got stopped again on the course and asked me, where did you get that gear from? I got to get that. I got to have that gear. I told them Sue Patrick's. You can go online at SuePatrick.com and you can get it delivered to you. They got plenty of parking at 5222 Burnett Road. And they got the jelly cats. I will see the jelly cats before I see my grandkids. They need to have one. I don't need them anymore, but the granddaughters need to have jelly cats for Easter weekend. I'm going to get that done tomorrow. And what time will we be there? Will we be there for our regular show, 7 a.m.?
7 a.m.?
7 a.m. We'll be there tomorrow. So come on by, say hello to Jay and the whole staff. Or for more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. Can't wait to be there tomorrow morning. Also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Let's let you hear from and see them right now.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love it. Didn't get a chance to get my Hat Creek because we played golf early yesterday, but I will double up today with my Hat Creek burger for sure. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, started right here in Austin, Texas. And folks, they have delicious burgers. You know, they have a chicken sandwich there too that I may go chicken sandwich today, not fish sandwich. You know, I'm a different guy when it comes to fish. I'm done with Mickey D's is done with. You'll never hear me talk about the fillet of fish again. Sorry about that after I got the brown fish last Friday, 2 Fridays ago. I'm a Culver guy. That's where I go. I love the Culver. I love their fish sandwich. Fresh cod, straight from Maine. I don't know where they now. I think you may be saying they're maybe right about Mickey D's. That may be Town Lake cod that I was getting.
Yeah.
You did that. You know, I never had a problem until you said that they came from Town Lake. And then all of a sudden I got brown fish 2 weeks ago. But folks, I love Hat Creek Burger. I'm going to try their chicken sandwich today. They've got it all. Shakes, fries, sweet potato fry. They got it all at Hat Creek Burgers. Plus, they have alcohol for you adults out there. When you're going to watch the kids, have a little sip of wine, maybe a little margarita watching the kids on the playscape. But don't you get out there. You just watch the kids. Make sure that they're okay. You don't have to sit there and have 2 6-packs. You can just have just a little drink just to calm down a little bit while the kids are having their burgers, fries, and shakes, of course, at Hat Creek Burger.
Yes. I think that was a Hat Creek read. He threw Culver's and McDonald's in there as well.
Sorry about those places. They get to get talked about, but not in the – Culver's gets to be talked about in a good way. I'm going to have to go and talk to them about a little something there.
There we go. I like where your head is at right there.
The old
shout out.
Hands.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. Texas baseball picked up a win last night. We'll talk about that game a little bit more later in the show. But the Longhorns back home tomorrow. Remember, it's a quick week because we've got Easter this Sunday. Texas baseball's weekend series has moved up from Friday to Sunday to Thursday to Saturday. So tomorrow night, Texas will welcome 7th-ranked Auburn to town. Yeah, another top 10 series at the Dish. If you want to be there this weekend, head over to centextickets.com to find your seats. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase, not just for Texas baseball, but for any sporting event, for any concert, for any Broadway show, for any comedy show, for any event coming to the great state of Texas. They've got you covered at centextickets.com.
Lots of comedy shows coming here in the springtime. You know, I've never been to a comedy show.
Ever?
I've never gone to see a comedian.
Wow.
Nope. I've never gone to witness, Gab trying to be funny in front of me. No.
No interest?
I don't think I do. I'm the one that will not be laughing or the one who'll be laughing too loud. You ever been around those people when
Sure.
they go to those things?
Sure.
I would be the too loud guy rolling on the floor.
I mean, if you laugh loud, that's okay. Just don't be the guy who talks in the middle of the show.
And tries to do the punchline for the dude.
Yeah,
The
or
dude
just
asks,
having side conversations with the people you're sitting next to. Like, don't be that guy. But yeah, if you're a loud laugher, like comedians love the loud laughers. Don't laugh out of turn. Don't laugh like 10 seconds before the joke is over. But that makes any comedian feel good if they get audible laughter.
Okay.
That's way better than the guy who just sits there stoned-faced for the entire show.
Like, hey, am I not funny to you, mister?
Yeah, if you're in the front row just like for 90 minutes, then the comedian's going to hate you. They're going to want you out.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, you should go. It's are there any comedians that you like?
Not young comedians. You probably know more about those guys than I would.
Have you ever watched a stand-up special on TV?
Oh, I've watched those things.
Okay, so you at least
Oh,
know
of
some.
course. I mean,
comics.
anytime Chappelle was, doing his thing, I couldn't stop laughing.
Next time Dave Chappelle comes to town, we got to get you to his show.
Yeah, I need to go see him live.
Those are sometimes a little pricey, but maybe our friends at Centex Tickets can hook
Now
us
you're
up with
talking.
that one. Yeah, you got to get you to a stand-up show at some point, man. They're fun in person.
Are they?
Yeah.
Even if you're not partaking in Altstadt Beer.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of people who don't drink when you go. And Austin's become a really good comedy city over these last few years.
Really?
And they've got the Moon Tower Comedy Festival, but Joe Rogan moving here and building the mothership down on 6th Street, like that has made Austin, I don't know if Mecca is the right word, but that has made Austin like a very popular spot for comedians.
Huh, very interesting.
A lot of talent that funnels through this place. And yeah, if you ever want to go see a show, Centex Tickets has you.
Perfect.
All right, let's let you hear more from Steve Sarkisian here. We'll start with his opener from Monday's availability, talking about where Texas is right now. The Longhorns 10 practices in. They've got 5 more spring practices left before they wrap things up this weekend. Here's Sark talking about some of the goals for Texas over this final week and a half of spring ball.
Like I said, we've got 5 practices to go. We're trying to impress upon them a real sense of urgency to maximize these 5 days that are coming up, and to be really intentional with our approach, to be really intentional on what we're trying to get better at individually and collectively, so that we can really grow as a team heading into the summer and then into fall camp. So, like I said, that this is a really important time for us, these last 5 practices, because really offense, defense, the bulk of all that stuff is in. It's now who can retain, who can fine tune and tweak some of those little things, and then show us the growth, right? That they're not flatlining, that they're able to continue to grow and get better, so that we can get a real good sense of what we're going to be looking like headed into the summer.
Yeah, and headed into the fall, what they'll be like at camp. We don't want to have to reteach certain things to guys. They retain these things and they just move right along. Some guys don't retain it as much. Some guys you have to go back over. He can't, and he doesn't want to be slowed down spring game. I mean, he wants to make everything count. Everything will be important spring game. I mean, depends on what you make important, Coach. So we'll see. It's great for, like you said, especially for these wide receivers. They need it, and the quarterback needs it.
Yeah, a lot of these guys need it. I mean, you're replacing a bunch of starters from last year's squad. So
certainly are.
A lot of those guys are being replaced by dudes who have been in the program for at least a year or two, but they haven't always gotten the opportunities to get the reps with the ones. So you need to make sure that those guys are up to speed and ready to go. But obviously your young guys, including your 22 early enrollees, you got to make sure that they're up to par. And Stark talked about this a lot last offseason. He's talked about this a lot this offseason. And college football is longer than it's ever been. So you go through, Texas played 16 games last year.
Yep.
They were one play away from playing 17 games last year. You're going to need to utilize your depth. Right? You can't just have 22 anymore. Hell, you can't just have a 2-deep anymore and expect that to get you through a college football season. Back in the day when you were only playing 12, 13 games, maybe possible. But now you're going to have everybody ready just in case injuries, just in case guys cramp up, get tired out, whatever.
Special teams, your special teams. You got to find guys that are ready to go in the fall for special teams.
For sure. Speaking of special teams, let's talk about that right now, because that's been a question that every Texas fan has asked throughout the course of the offseason. What's special teams looking like? And we haven't heard a lot from Steve Sarkisian on the kickers, on the punters, on the return game. Somebody asked Sark about special teams the other day, and here was Sark providing an update.
Talented room of specialists for sure. I think Michael Kern, have seen a definite big uptick in him. He's healthy to go along with Jack, and both those guys can bomb the ball. And when you can punt the ball and it's a weapon for you, we felt that a couple different years with Sanborn and Dicker when they were at a high level and flipping the field and things of that nature. So feel good there. From a kicking standpoint, trying to find that right rhythm of consistency when you have a competition going on. The battery is as important and the protection as even just the kick. And so trying to work on that, and that'll be a big emphasis of ours as we continue to move forward. I would say from a special teams perspective, very talented team for us. Our roster is built to be a really good special teams unit. We've got length, we've got speed. The DB room is very deep. We've got athletic linebackers. Our running backs can all contribute there, and those guys are what make up your special teams unit. And then we've got a lot of length and size at the receiver position, and those guys are the ones that can give you speed and length. And so your punt unit, your punt return unit, your kickoff return unit, that's what makes up that room. And so we feel very good about that unit there.
Yeah, and he also needs those guys to be good at the positions that they play. That's you'll get the third guy who's in there, so you hope that he can get down there and cover punts and be a gunner and do some of the things on special teams. But we'll see. It's just one of those things I think that they've been so good at for so long at Texas that now all of a sudden it's just okay. They got to be better than okay to win a national championship.
Yeah, they were bad. They were bad there last year. You're being too nice, I think.
Well, I think because of the punt returner, I thought that they were that offset a bunch of things, because I thought he was fantastic, not letting the ball bounce around. Although he took a bunch of chances, everybody was holding their breath. He made the catches. He made things happen in the punt return. I thought their cover game was okay. Kicking game, obviously the kicking game was not good. No, the punting game at times wasn't very good.
No, they graded out as a bottom 15 special teams unit in the country last year. So I would say it's bad. I'm with you. I think Silas Bolden was the bright spot there, and I like what he did as this team's punt returner, but everything else was a huge problem for Texas. And that was weird because, well, special teams had always been really good under Jeff Banks.
Right.
Even when Texas went 5-7 in 2021, well, the Longhorns were one of the better special teams in college football.
Yeah, they never threatened anybody blocking anything. You got to make those teams feel like you're going to come and get them. And they, you and I, every week I was waiting for them to go after something. They never really found that guy,
And as CB512 says, I mean, how many fakes worked against Texas?
I almost kind of dropped that out of my mind. I forgot about those.
Yeah, you'd like to, right?
Fake punt, coach.
Oh my God. Fake punts, fake field goals, fake news, fake everything. It all worked against Texas last year. It was a huge problem. It felt like every time Texas had a good return, holding on Warren Roberson brought it back.
Coming back again.
And number 24. Felt like every single time Texas did anything in the return game, it was brought back. You talked about the punting game not being good enough. It was all bad. It was all bad last year, and that was unexpected for Texas. So it's got to be a lot better. I'm with you. For Texas to take that next step and win a national championship. Hell, the kicking game cost them an SEC championship, and it damn near cost them the Peach Bowl against Arizona State. So, to your point about how it can cost you championships, it cost Texas one, and it almost cost Texas a shot at another.
Yeah, they'll have to get good at that. They have to get, as you said, they have to get average at that. They were bad. You said they were in the bottom. They were bottom feeders here.
Yeah, it's almost like the secondary conversation, to where it's hey, just be top 50. Just be top 50. That's okay. And Texas was top 10 in secondary last year, so they exceeded what I hoped for them. But special teams, you don't need to be top 10. I'd love for you to be top 10, but I
love how he calls it a competition, the kicking competition still.
Yeah, that I don't love, right? The punter, he's like, we've got two guys who can boom it, right? Jack Bomeister, the transfer's looking great. Michael Kern's a year older. He looks a lot better. We've got all of these athletes who can help in the return game and on special teams, and kicking's kind of a competition. It's like,
Still competing at that position.
That's the most important one, isn't it? I mean, they're all important, but
yes, it is.
That's the one that really gives you and costs you points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's the one.
You got to get that one right. And I love Sark not just giving the job to Bert Auburn. I do respect that, but I wish it was like, man, both of these kickers made 20 straight field goals yesterday. And we were like, okay, as soon as somebody misses, practice is over, and we had to practice for an extra 45 minutes because these guys were just automatic out there. No, I didn't hear him say that.
No, they've been down in the corner kicking by themselves, just kicking field goals.
It's like we're still looking for some consistency and a rhythm in that, I think was what he said. It's like, that's not good.
Yeah,
Not
you'd
what you
like to
wanna
have
hear.
your kicker going into fall camp, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. I would.
Yes.
But I won't trust, I think every Texas fan is in the same boat right now.
Just
We
get it
won't
right. Just get it right. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
how long it takes.
but we won't trust, like, if it's Will Stone or if it's Bert Auburn, like, we're gonna be very nervous
Yeah.
for that first field goal attempt. Extra points are fine, but the first field goal attempt against Ohio State, there's
Oh,
gonna be a lot of fans shaking in their boots, just hoping and praying that goes in.
yeah. You've got to get that down. Yeah, your special teams just has to get good. Yeah, Coach Banks has to do a better job. They got to find that guy that blocks punts, that gets in and gives people. I mean, they used to just walk in on teams and block a damn punt. I mean, it was like a mystery last year. They couldn't find anybody. They brought the kid from Alabama with the cast on his hand. Bring him back. Find a guy with a cast on their hand. What the hell?
You don't need a cast on your hand to return punts or kicks, but hey, Keelan Robinson was very good in
He
the
was
special
awesome
teams
at
game.
that, man. His speed just alone getting off the corner, you almost could see it coming.
Yep. He was a stud there, and I'd love to have him back just for special teams and, hell, maybe as a weapon at
Did
running
that
back
dude make
too.
a squad or did he
Yeah, he
make
got
it?
drafted. He got drafted. I think he was hurt and missed all of last season, so he didn't play his rookie year, but I think the Jags took him. He got drafted on day 3, which was a pleasant surprise for Texas. So he'll get some opportunities in the league.
There you go.
All right, a couple more from Steve Sarkisian here. What about some players who are standing out? We will start with the offensive side of the football.
I think on the offensive side of the ball, Amari Winston's been a guy that has shown up and has done really nice things for us at tight end. He showed up the other night. Parker Livingstone continues to play well for us. And I think some things on the offensive line are starting to really show themselves to us too. Brandon Baker's a guy who's a developmental player now in year 2 is starting to show a lot of consistency as well. So a lot of different names. I could talk about a bunch of guys, but those are the ones that kind of pop into my head first.
Yeah, those are important ones. I love hearing about the kid on the offensive line. That's good news.
Yeah, Brandon Baker, the 5-star in the class of 2024. He
is a 5-star, and you expect him to show up in year 2.
Yeah, well, he's a projected starter right now, and he's the guy who is more than likely going to replace Cam Williams at right tackle. So
there you go.
You can't have a big drop-off there. You do hope you have a drop-off and false starts called.
Yes.
But in terms of actual play, yeah, you can't have a big-time drop at right tackle. So, yeah, Brandon Baker, love hearing that he's starting to figure it out, and he's been getting the majority of the reps with the ones on the offensive line over the last few days of spring ball. And then tight end, Amari Winston, the first name he mentioned. Winston looks great. A lesser heralded recruit out of high school, one of the lower ranked kids that Texas brought in, 4-star, low 4-star from the state of Georgia, only 6'1", 235. So he doesn't have that like Gunnar Helm or JT Sanders type of size, but Amari Winston apparently has been flashing, and he's caught a couple of touchdowns in scrimmages over the last week and change. So,
well, you can find a way in a scoring zone to help them score touchdowns, get first downs. That'll be important.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of his extra opportunities with
Absolutely.
obviously the 3 departures, but also the injury to Jordan Washington. Sounds like Amari Winston, the early enrollee freshman, is making an impact, which is great. And then Parker Livingstone, whatever his name is, there's no consensus on that. We got to ask him to hear how he pronounces his last name. We've heard a lot about him. The redshirt freshman wide receiver, white guy out of Lucas Lovejoy. Dealt with an injury his final year of high school, so he kind of slipped in terms of recruiting grade, but he has been getting rave reviews from every insider, and now his head coach is raving about him as well. So that's a guy. If Texas doesn't go out and get another receiver and they say we're good with Wingo and Moore and Mosley, then that means they feel pretty good about Parker Livingston being like ready to go.
It does.
Yeah, even though he hasn't caught a ball in college yet, that's like, no, we think he's ready for the big time, so we feel confident in this current state of our wide receiver room.
Yeah, just give me one more wide receiver. I'd feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'd prefer it too. I'd like one extra guy. We'll see what Texas is able to do. Going to the defensive side of the football, Sark was asked the same question. How do you feel about the defense, and who are some guys who have been standing
You know, a
out?
guy that is starting to really show up for us on the defensive side of the ball has been Warren Roberson. You know, he's had an impact for us on special teams here, but now we're starting to see the value of him on the defensive side of the ball. I thought Jelani McDonald showed some really good things. Again, a guy who's grown into that position, has moved, and now has kind of settled in there, has been a real positive force on that front. I think some of our new faces on the defensive front, I think Hero, Canoe, Cole have both been really solid players for us on the defensive front, which has been impressive. And we're getting the best version of Brad Spence right now, too, to throw that into the mix. You know, he's a guy that was a little nicked up when we got him, and he's had to kind of grow into playing at that spot and playing more football. So that's been a real positive.
Talking about your guy, 24.
I know. Yeah, he has made an impact on special teams because when you get called for holds, it impacts your special teams just in the wrong way.
Yeah.
So
No, he doesn't talk much about the outside guys. He knows he's got outside players.
Yeah, right. You
That
heard a lot of
defensive
younger
line.
guys and you heard a lot of newcomers there, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Warren Roberson, a younger guy who hasn't played a ton on defense at Texas. Jelani McDonald played a good amount last year, but
Yeah, he did.
love hearing that he continues to get better. You know, I mentioned Cole Brevard and Hero Canoe, a couple of those transfer defensive linemen. So, yeah, again, a lot of young guys and newcomers that get the love from Steve Sarkisian. But I think you know, and I think he knows what he's got with Michael Taft and Anthony Hill and
Oh,
Howard
yeah.
Simmons and our guy Ethan Burke. Like, he doesn't have to talk about those dudes. We all know what those dudes are about.
Oh, yeah, he needs the beef in the middle.
Does need the beef in the middle. And yeah, that's like I'm glad he mentioned Cole Brevard and Hero Canoe by name. Because yeah, you're gonna need your interior defensive line to make some things happen for you.
Absolutely. Linebackers are pretty good, too.
Yeah, Sark was actually asked about that. Perfect segue, Buck. Sark was asked about Anthony Hill and Leon Galafau and just the rest of that linebacker room and how things are progressing. Here's what he had to say.
I think that the one thing, you know, Anthony has proven over 2 years is his playmaking ability. You know, he's always, you know, the sacks, the forced fumbles, the interceptions, the big hits. What I've admired about him this spring is the level of consistency that he's playing at, being where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there, the communication. And I think that kind of goes hand in hand with Leona too. You know, they're both in that year 3. You know, they have Coach Nansen for a second year in a row now, so that speaking the same language has been helpful. And you can see them communicating with some of the newer faces, a Trey Moore who's kind of jockeying between positions, Brad Spence jockeying between positions, and then Ty Anthony Smith in year 2. So it's a really good group. Obviously, he's a great leader of that room. He does things the right way. I'm really impressed with Anthony, not just who he is on the field, but who he is off the field representing the program. And so it's been helpful.
Yeah, I mean, he's telling you he trusts these guys. That's you know, they're guys that have had the athletic ability to play outside the box, but within the framework of what they're looking for defensively, they've been very consistent. So he feels confident that they can get that done that way and still play outside the box and make some great plays. Because that's what Hill does. That guy gets outside of, you know, you may be going, oh, no. And then you're going, yeah, great play, you know. But within the framework of what they're really looking for, he can get that done too. And LaFau, the same way. He's got 2 guys that he feels real confident about playing either way. So that's good to hear too.
I think Anthony Hill's going to be a top 10 player in college football this year.
That's going to be interesting to see his growth now too.
Yeah, I think he's that good. And like you said, he's all over the field. He makes things happen anytime he's on the field. And going into year 3 with what he's been able to do at this point or to this point in his career, yeah, I think the sky's the limit for him. And I think it's a contract year for Anthony Hill, right? He lives up to my expectations for him, then he's going to be a first-round pick at this time next April.
Sure, he'll be gone.
Yeah, and Leon Galafau, like, again, got a lot better. Kind of burst onto the scene. Was an unexpected name we heard a lot during fall camp last year, and then saw his reps increase. He was taking snaps away from 6-year senior David Benda because the coaching staff liked what they saw from him, and they obviously trusted him in some big moments to keep him on the field. So what does he do for an encore? If he can get even better, then yeah, that's a pretty damn good 1-2 punch right there.
Yes, it is.
Plus the Arkansas transfer Brad Spence in the mix. You heard Sark talking about him. And then Trey Moore. Again, Trey Moore being cross-trained, right? Obviously played edge last year. That's the position he played at UTSA before transferring to Texas. But it sounds like he's been getting some run at more traditional linebacker so far in spring practice.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he plays inside there.
Yeah, I don't love that decision on its surface, but I'm going to trust, I'm going to trust in PK and Johnny Nansen and Sark and all of those guys that they know what they're doing. Because again, Trey Moore didn't do a whole lot in the first half of last year, but he figured it out at edge. And it's like, what? Well, clearly he found something. Why not just leave him there to let him keep finding that same something? But they feel like this is the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he plays inside a little bit. It really will be. Because I know it took him a while outside, but once he got it outside, he was kind of disruptive out there. He played in space pretty well, knocking balls, intercepting balls, batting them down, getting to the quarterback. Inside, I don't know. Like I said, we got to wait and see. Just trust in what they say.
Maybe he's the next Anthony Hill. Who knows, right? They move him inside, and it's just a natural fit, and he picks it up easily, and it works incredibly well. So I don't think he's going to be exclusive there. I think he'll kind of bounce around when we get to the actual season.
They've got enough guys outside. They really do. The guys will get better.
Yeah.
They'll learn the tricks of the trade a little bit more going into year. Most of them going into year 3 will be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I'm excited to see. I mean, this Texas defense is going to have to carry the team, especially early on. Because you're just breaking in so many new faces on offense that defense is going to have to be salty, and your experienced guys, right? Some of those names that we mentioned, some of those names that Sark mentioned, those dudes are going to have to carry the weight because, they should. They're good, they're experienced, and this defense has a lot more coming back than the offense does.
Yeah, but I'll say this, as good as they were and as much improvement that they made in the secondary, boy, they missing a couple key pieces back there.
Yeah. I mean,
hopefully the young guys learned a lot from the guys who were there before. So
yeah, you lose the Thorpe Award winner and a guy who's going to be, a top 20 to 25 pick in the draft. That's a big loss. And then Andrew Makuba as well, who's going to get drafted at some point.
Sure.
Hopefully on day 2. That guy won't be easy to replace either.
No.
So you've got some guys coming back. You've recruited well. You've got a lot of depth there. But
and you've got guys that have played.
You have guys who have played, but number 1, you're replacing both of your secondary coaches.
Yes.
And then number 2, you're replacing Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba. So some shoes to fill there.
For sure.
Won't be easy. All right, one more from Steve Sarkisian here, only because I know you're going to love this one, Buck. Sark was asked about the spring game again. Hey, Sark, are you happy with your decision to get rid of the spring game?
So many new faces, 27 guys that are just finished practice 10 with us for the first time. I was just talking to Kirby on the phone. He had 31 in spring, 23 high school kids and 8 transfers. So it's a lot. It's a different age. It's a different era of college football. And, we talk a lot about having the ability to adapt. And I think that's one of them. I think we'll be doing these guys a disservice of just rolling the ball out there and expecting them to play good. And then if they don't, then you guys all write about them, and then all the fans think this guy's no good because he didn't perform good in his 15th practice of college football. So no knock on you guys. You have a job to do, and I understand that too. So my point is if I can protect them a little bit more to try to get them closer to the season when they can play well, when it matters, when they have a little better grasp and understanding of what to do, how to do it, and then why we do it that way, I feel a little bit more comfortable about it.
Okay, fine. That's all I need, and that's fine. But nobody's judging guys nobody's judging that you sucked in the spring game, that you won't be any good. I didn't make too many judgments on guys in the springtime because of the spring game. I judged them on the entire spring. That's what I judged them on. I didn't say, that they didn't do well in the spring game. Now, I like the spring game because it gives you an opportunity with people in front of guys who've never been in front of that, that kind of live action. But I didn't make my opinions on a guy because of the spring game. I made my opinions on how he practiced in the spring. And if you feel like that's a waste of a day because it's so important that one day, which I think is so important to your fans more so than, those guys, those fans that pay some money, for the tickets and everything else. That's what's the important part about the spring game. Give us a little bit of an insight. We don't get much insight into the team. So that's all it is. I'm not going to make judgments. And I don't hear a lot of reporters making judgments on a guy. Oh, he's going to suck in the fall. He sucked in the spring game.
What was this? Are you flapping wings? What are you doing there?
Yeah, I don't like the too many reasons why. Just okay, you had a long season. We don't want to do it this year. That's fine.
Eh,
We may do it next year.
Were you going with air quotes there? Is that
the whole thing? All the quotes. Too many of them. There's too many reasons why. Just no, we don't want to do it.
That was my big takeaway. Is this is
Yeah.
just another reason why Sark doesn't have a spring game. Like he keeps changing his reasoning. He keeps changing his excuse for why they're not
It has
playing.
nothing to do with how many games you played and they need
No,
rest.
that's what it was at first. At first, our guys are tired. Then we're worried about tampering. Then we're worried about this. And now it's, oh, you guys are going to shit on our players if they don't play well. It's like, just pick one and stick with it, coach.
Yeah, don't give us 8 different ones because,
Right.
we don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. I got it, coach. That's all you have to say. We don't want to do it.
That's what it is. That's the real answer. He keeps saying
Yeah.
a bunch of different things. The real answer is he doesn't want to do a spring game. And clearly a lot of coaches around the country don't want to have a spring game because you're seeing it getting canceled all over the place. But it's like, dude, stop peeing down our leg here and telling us it's raining. Just say that.
Talk about Kirby. Did Georgia have a spring game?
I don't even know.
I bet you all the guys that he talks about, I bet you they had spring games in the SEC.
It's a mix. Some of them have, some of them haven't. Some of them have kind of amended the format of their spring
the tug
game.
of war and all that other weird crap.
Yeah, some of them are doing that. Some of them are just doing like a mini sort of open practice. That's just
he's doing picture day where you can go get an autograph signed and have some pictures.
Right.
Hopefully the kids will get to go on the field and the kids that come there that day get to go down and talk to players and have players run them through a couple little drills. But once again, you always have to be careful of that. Some kid doesn't get hurt. I mean, there's a lot of things out there, but
it's just a fan day. Like it's going to be pictures. It's going to be autographs.
Sure.
They're kind of doing it in conjunction with Texas baseball because A&M is in town next weekend.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be, a big sort of festival. They're doing a Bevo Boulevard bit outside of the stadium before the game or before the fan day and the autographs and the pictures. So yeah, they're going to do something. And for a lot of folks, it's perfectly fine and acceptable. And
come on, quad guy. We have opinions. That's all. Nobody's shitting on Sark.
Yeah, that's
how often we say something about the head coach? Not that often. So
we've been praising the head coach for years. I think this is a bad decision. I don't like it. I'm going to voice my opinion on it.
By the way, Quad, I have coached the game. I've been around coaches and other coaches and pretty successful coaches too. So I have an opinion on it.
You haven't done what Quad has done. So
obviously.
Yeah, you haven't done what Quad has done. He's one of a kind, man. That guy's a legend in his own mind.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line. Keep hitting us up. We appreciate the feedback. But yeah, we've made our stance on the spring game very clear. Sark's obviously entitled to do what he wants. It's not going to happen. It's the way of college football. I hate that it's the way of college football, but there we go. So we'll take your thoughts. Hit us up. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. And the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. All right. Not shitting on the listeners. We are responding to comments from a listener. And by the way, Quad shits on the Texas Sports Unfiltered format a lot. So he questions the way we do things. So we got to be able to dish it back from time to time. Sorry about that, guys. Don't dish it if you can't take it. All right. We will shift gears here. We'll get to some Texas baseball. We've got some NBA play-in games to recap as well, and also some Dallas Cowboys news to discuss. Before we do that, though, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends are at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, right there at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac. They are a wholesale distributor. If you're having that big party, they will get the alcohol to you. If not, head on by the store and find those great wine selections. And, of course, you'll find Altstadt Beer at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Yes, indeed. Love 34 Wine and Spirits. Love Altstadt Beer as well. The best beer that you can find in the state of Texas. Available all over the state of Texas as well. Austin, San Antonio, DFW, and Houston. If you're looking for a great beer to drink this weekend, you might need it to get through the holiday weekend. Get you some Altstadt Beer. So many great sports happenings as well. The NBA playoffs getting going this weekend. The Stanley Cup playoffs getting going this weekend. Of course, baseball in full swing. You've got your tailgates at the Dish over the next couple of days. You need a great beer to accompany your sports watching and your good times all spring long. go get you some Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
There you go.
All right, Texas baseball gets the win last night over UTRGV. What a difference a year makes, Buck. On April 16th, 2025, April 16th, 2024, Texas lost to UT Rio Grande Valley at the Dish by a final score of 17-9.
Ooh.
The pitchers walked 11 batters. They hit 9 more vaqueros.
Oh, my goodness.
The Horns got embarrassed. They were down 15-1 at one point. And that loss dropped them to 22-16 on the season. And you can't really call that the final nail in the coffin for David Pierce because obviously he got to coach the rest of the year. And if Texas turned things around and made it to Omaha, then David Pierce would still be coaching in 2025.
Yep.
But that sort of felt like the moment where everyone looked around and was like, are we okay here? Like, do we need to make a change? It sort of felt like Texas baseball was free falling at that point. And again, that loss dropped Texas to 22-16. That happened on this date 1 year ago. And I don't know if Chris Del Conte started the coaching search after that UTRGV game, but I can guarantee you that his phone was blowing up that night with people asking for a change. Fast forward a year, Texas takes care of UTRGV last night, 11-4 the final. They almost run ruled them. They were up 11-1 with 2 outs in the 7th, but they gave up 3 runs to keep the game going. Didn't ultimately matter much in the grand scheme of things. The Longhorns still get the easy victory.
Score a bunch of runs again.
Yeah, they scored a bunch of runs, and they scored them early. 3 in the first, 4 in the second, 2 more in the third. Jalen Flores started things off with a 2-run double. Will Gasparino, 2 more hits. He's been on base in 28 straight games, 4 RBIs for him last night as well. He continues to pick up some of the slack with Max Ballou out. Rylan Galvan had 3 RBIs. I mean, Texas got contributions from everybody, and they took care of business in another midweek game.
Big yes. Keep that momentum going for the weekend coming up.
Yep. And Cade Bing, shout out to him, the starting pitcher for the Longhorns on the mound. 5 innings of work, gave up just 1 run, didn't walk anybody. He was in control. And again, last year's game against UTRGV, 11 walks, 9 hit batters. And that was not only David Pierce as your coach, but it was David Pierce as the pitching coach as well. And that shit was a disaster.
Yes.
This year, you beat UTRGV. You're now 30-5, and you're the number 1 team in America.
Wow.
So
30
amazing.
wins.
Amazing how much can change in 365 days.
Man.
And amazing how much can change when you bring in the right people to do the job. And it's clear that Chris Del Conte did that with Texas. And also it's clear that Jim Schlossnagle did that with his staff as well, because he's the guy in charge of hiring the assistants. And can't say enough good things about what Max Weiner has done with his pitching staff. Obviously what Troy Tulowitzki does, what Nolan King does. It is a total team effort. And, it's been fun to watch this Texas baseball team. No hangover from being the new number 1 team in college baseball.
That's true.
But obviously the big test comes this weekend with number 7 Auburn in town.
We got the Auburn fans rolling into town.
Yeah. Oh, will they?
For their baseball, probably not.
Sure, there will be some here, but how many are traveling Easter weekend?
Not many. No.
No.
Sorry, little Johnny, you're on your own.
It should be
watch
a great
on TV.
atmosphere. It should be another great atmosphere, though. I mean, LSU was nuts. Georgia was nuts. This should be another nuts atmosphere for Texas baseball.
Absolutely.
Another top 10 team coming to town. Look, Auburn's coming off of a sweep of LSU. So don't sleep on this Auburn team. I know they weren't ranked as highly going into the year as some of these other SEC teams, but they're in the thick of things in this conference. And again, they just swept LSU for the first time since 1988.
Wow, a lot of kids got opportunities last night to play, huh?
Yeah. A lot of kids got opportunities to play. Use some of your, quote unquote, lesser bullpen arms in the win. But that's what these Tuesday games are for. And we talked about it when previewing this game. RGV was, I think, tied for second in the Southland Conference. I guess they still are tied for second in the Southland Conference. They're like 10 games over 500. So not a horrible team. Again, a team you're supposed to beat the way that you beat them.
Yes.
But they're not a horrible team by any stretch of the imagination. And good for Texas to get some revenge. Obviously, a lot of new faces here, but Jalen Flores, Will Gasparino, Casey Borba, Kimball Schuessler, all of those guys were a part of that embarrassing performance last year.
Getting your coach fired.
Getting your coach fired. Those guys, like maybe a little extra motivation, a little extra juice for those dudes who
probably.
Look, all of the runs were driven in by Flores, Borba, Galvan, and Gasparino,
who
were guys who played in that game against UTRGV last year. So, yeah, it meant a little bit more to them.
Yes, it did.
It'll just mean more when SEC play gets up and running again tomorrow. All right, Buck, you're down 10,000 units on the NBA playoffs.
What happened? What happened last night?
Well, the team you picked won. They just didn't cover.
What was the line in that game anyway?
You had Golden State -7.5.
Oh, here you go with the 7.5, cousin.
Well, they won by 5. You weren't that close. It wasn't a hook that got you. It was 2 and a hook that got you. But the Warriors beat the Grizzlies last night in San Francisco, 121-116, the final. Great game. I stayed up for most of it, had it on the sleep timer, in and out of sleep last night. Golden State was in control in the first half. Memphis came all the way back, actually took a lead in the fourth quarter, and then Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler got hot. How about 37 for Steph and 38 for Jimmy Buckets last night? And the Warriors win. They move on. They are the 7th seed in the West. And you know who they play in round 1?
Who's that?
The Houston Rockets. Talk about needing to exercise some demons.
Boy, Houston's pretty good this year, though.
Oh, they're the 2 seed.
Yeah, Warriors have been getting to them for the last couple of years, have they?
They have played 4 times in the last decade in the postseason. And Golden State is 4-0.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, I mean, and it's Steph and Draymond. And Clay was a part of the first 4 series. He's obviously in Dallas now. But it's been the same core of Warriors who have just given out nightmares to Rockets fans like it's free candy given out to kids from a windowless van.
Gee.
It's bad.
Now for Memphis, what are the details on some of these teams that still, even they lost, they got to continue to play? Do they have to win 2 games, or they just need to win 1 out of the 2?
They got to win 1. So Memphis, because they lost last night, now awaits the winner of the 9-10 game, which will take place tonight.
Okay.
And that is Dallas in Sacramento to take on the Kings. So the winner of Mavs-Kings will play Memphis in Memphis tomorrow. And then the winner of that game will get the 8th and final spot in the NBA's Western Conference.
I'm not going to put any coin on those. I don't trust any of those games.
It's 2 bad teams playing against each other. And I think most Mavs fans are rooting for the Mavs to lose. So this nightmare of a season can just be over.
So that it's over with?
Yeah. I haven't decided if I'm even going to watch this game tonight. Probably will, but you win that, you got to go to Memphis and beat the Grizzlies on the other side of the country. And if you win that, your reward is the top-seeded Oklahoma City Thunder.
Thank you very much.
The Mavs have had a lot of success against OKC, but most of that success was with a guy named Luka Doncic on the team. Yeah, so we'll see if the Mavs get it done tonight. And then East, you had the Magic beating the Hawks in their play-in game. Trae Young got ejected with like 5 minutes left.
Yeah, way to go.
Dribbling the ball away. He passed it back to the ref and then just knocked it off the court. Made a mockery of the game. I saw that quote afterwards last night. Magic get the win. They will play Boston in the first round, and then Atlanta in a similar spot to Memphis. They await the winner of the 9-10 game in the Eastern Conference. That is Bulls versus Heat tonight.
Bulls. The Bulls are back trying to get into it.
Are you putting some units on Chicago this evening?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's I do respect and appreciate the fact that the NBA doesn't call this the playoffs. They call this the play-in. Like with college basketball, Texas technically made the NCAA tournament this year, right? Like the first 4 counts as a tournament game, and it goes on Texas's all-time tournament record.
Right.
In the NBA, it's like, no, it's a play-in. So you're not in the playoffs yet. You're playing.
Until you get in.
You're playing in to get into the playoffs.
Yes.
To me, that's what the first 4 should be in college basketball. Like you're playing in to make it to the real tournament because it's the exact same thing. It's just categorized in a different manner. And I don't I don't quite understand it, but random complaint there.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers, you said the Lakers are in, though, aren't they?
Yeah, the Lakers are in. Lakers are the 3 seed. They play Minnesota in round 1, which should be a pretty interesting matchup. The Nuggets will play the Clippers. That is your other Western Conference matchup. So 3 of the 4 are already set. Again, now we know the Rockets will play the Warriors. Chance to exercise some serious.
So hard to believe that Denver fired their coach. They were going to be in the play. Gone.
Yeah, they did. Memphis did too a couple of weeks ago, and it didn't help them last night. Denver fired their coach. We'll see how they fare against the LA Clippers, who are one of the hottest teams in the league down the stretch.
Kawhi is actually playing basketball again.
Yeah, this is what happens, though. Like, this is what the Clippers do. They get hot late. People buy into them and think, oh, my God, they've got James Harden. They've got Kawhi Leonard. They've got all the superstar power and a couple of future Hall of Famers. Like, this is the year it's going to happen, and then they just fall apart. So,
and then Kawhi gets hurt and he doesn't play for the first half of the NBA season next year.
I'm gonna pick the Nuggets in that series, but it's very weird because they don't have a coach. So I don't really
I got
know.
an interim coaching right now in the playoffs.
I don't. Yeah, they got an interim coaching in the playoffs right now, and an interim GM as well. So there you go. The NBA playoffs actually start on Saturday. You got the play-in games tonight, and then more play-in games coming up later this week. No unit plays from the Buck.
Nah, I'm not giving. I don't want to waste your money during the Easter holidays. Do something nice. Go buy a basket of eggs or something.
It's going to cost a lot. The people need your help to be able to afford the eggs in this economy, man.
Go to the farmer's market. It's going to be open Saturday.
And pay what, $12?
You pay $8.
$8 for 6 eggs?
Not 6, a dozen eggs.
It's still too much. It used to be like $2 or $3.
I know.
You can't justify $8 being acceptable now.
But I don't eat that many eggs. I can make some eggs last a while. I don't eat eggs every day. I know people get up for breakfast and they're going to scramble a couple with some bacon or whatever they do, or or you make some breakfast tacos. I just don't eat eggs as much. I'll get if I'm playing golf that day, I'll get some bacon and eggs and feel pretty good about it. But I also get my bacon at the farmer's market.
Yeah. Well,
and who knows what those farmers are doing to those pigs.
Aren't fresh eggs, don't they only last for like a certain amount of time?
No, fresh eggs can last a long time if you don't refrigerate them. You can leave them out of the refrigerator for weeks. And once again, you know how long it takes before they even get to the stores? About 90 days.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep eggs in the fridge for a long time and just assume that they last. I think there's an expiration. There's an expiration date on there, and I feel like if I don't check it, it can't actually be expired.
No, if you get fresh eggs, like my neighbor will give me fresh eggs. They gave me 3 dozen. You can leave, as long as you don't refrigerate, you just leave those out and you take them from that. Once you refrigerate them, then the countdown begins.
Yeah.
The countdown begins. As soon as you put them in, it doesn't matter. Now you can keep them for 2 years in there and you're okay.
Just like that. That's the rules.
Yeah.
I ain't paying with the price of eggs these days. I'm making those things last as long as I can. All right.
We'll get soon. I'm going to say right after this golf, the mullet's open. We need to go to Costco and have our United Nations sit-in luncheon.
Oh, I thought you were anti-Costco food.
I want to go and sit with the people at Costco for lunch. I got to try the hot dog.
I've never tried the Costco hot dog before?
No, I've done the pizza.
Okay. But
I've taken the pizza out of there with me.
What about the chicken bake?
The what?
And the double chunk chocolate cookie. Remember the Costco guys? We talked about them a month ago.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done anything but the pizza.
Okay. Yeah, you got to try the hot dog. That's the best deal in the game right now. It's like a hot dog and a drink.
I got to try the hot dog, yeah.
That's the move at Costco.
I played golf yesterday and had a hot dog at the golf course with just mustard. That thing was gone. 3 bites, that thing was gone. I can slam some hot dog. I'm glad I'm not a hot dog eater because I can slam if it's a good hot dog, I can eat about 3 or 4 of them in a sitting.
The golf course hot dog, it's not as high on my list as the ballpark dog.
Yeah, the ballpark dog is the best.
If you're ranking like the top 5 places to consume a hot dog, golf course is very high on the list.
It is. I mean, I got to believe a fair is one of the other places. Fairs, golf course, ballpark.
It's
I
fair.
don't know. I'm not I don't eat, the only thing I eat at football games, because I do a lot of the high school stuff. I like the nacho. I love my nachos. I
Yeah.
love my government cheese nachos with some jalapenos in there, and I pass around and people put their fingers in there and touch their face and their nose and get their fingers back. I'm okay with that. I just don't. I don't eat. I don't eat a bunch of stuff at like a football game. I'm not. I get something to drink, but I don't eat stuff. Popcorn. I'm a popcorn eater.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the list for hot dogs, nachos, and popcorn is pretty similar. I guess you're more likely to have popcorn at the movies than you are to have a hot dog at the movies. But a lot of those
Yes, for
things are
sure.
sold at the same place and are almost interchangeable. So I don't know. I mean, a hot dog, I think number one is ballpark. Number two might be Costco. I'm not getting a hot dog at the State Fair of Texas. There's too many other good foods to
Oh,
consume.
yeah.
A
That's
hot
why I
dog.
tried the chili. That's why I tried the Philly cheesesteak, and my stomach gets ruined.
Well, that's on you right there,
Yeah,
guy.
that was bad.
Go get you a corn dog or go get you like some of the good fried food. Don't get a Philly
Oh,
cheesesteak at the State Fair of Texas. You're digging your own grave on
I
that
did
deal.
that 2 years in a row, and the second year it took my stomach out.
I'm going ballpark 1, Costco food court 2, and golf course 3.
Wow, Costco too?
Costco 2, yeah. The deal, it's the deal. If you're going to a ballpark and buying a hot dog, you're paying what, $5, $6, $7, $8 for
Really?
just the dog itself. Yeah.
Going to
I
Round
guess
Rock
you have
Express is going to cost me $8 for a damn hot dog?
maybe
No.
Round Rock Express you might be able to get for like 5.
Okay.
But if you're going to Sam's, you're getting a dog and a drink, or Costco, you're getting a dog and a drink for less than $2. If you're going to the ballpark to get the dog and the drink, it's $10.
Yeah, the Costco deal is you get the nasty soda with it, don't you? Don't you get
The giant one.
the giant nasty sugar-filled deal?
Yeah. Yeah. And as what Rob says, yeah, if you go dollar dog night at the Round Rock Express, then it's a great deal.
Dollar dog night.
But if you're
Wow.
just going standard night at an Express game, and it's more expensive at major league parks and more expensive at football games than it is baseball games, I think, then it's you're paying a pretty penny for a dog these days, man.
Well, I'll just go to Coastal Carolina games, get my 4 for nothing.
That's the move. Everybody needs to partake in that. Free concessions.
There's something's up with that gig.
Yeah, it feels too good to be true, but as
Yeah,
of now, it still exists.
As of now, they're still going with it?
As of now, they're still going with it, and there's still 4.5 months before the season starts, so they've got time to change their minds, but
I do like the Fenway Frank. Yes, I do.
never had one of those.
They're good. I like the Frank with just mustard. I don't put. You know what I will do? I will do some relish on the top of the mustard every once in a while, and I can put some onions. I'm not a chili dog eater. I don't like to put chili on my hot dog.
Ever?
No, I don't do chili cheese dogs. I don't play games with my wiener.
You don't?
No, man. I like the basic wiener with a little mustard on it, and let's roll.
Everybody plays games with their wiener from time to time. It's all right. You can admit it.
No.
It's frowned upon, but everybody does it.
Everybody who's lied, they're lying, aren't they? If they
Yeah,
say
it's part of being a guy. I'll admit it. I've done it before. I'll continue to do it again.
You're not done.
Not done. Now, there's more games to be played out there. All right, with mine and only mine.
Yeah, I just don't. And that, like I said, I do nuts. I do peanuts. I only do them at the ballpark. If I go to a baseball game, that's the only time I'll get warm nuts.
Do you like crack open the nuts and just leave the shells on the ground?
I have a hard time with that. I'm the hard time with that guy. I'm looking for a bag to put them in.
Okay. See, that's good. I mean, most people don't, but if you've got the cup or like the trash bag to throw them in, then you're doing the people a solid. You're doing the employees probably making minimum wage a solid there.
I've done that. I've done that. I went to University when you know how the guys come and clean the stadium, they'll have community groups that'll come and make a little bit of coin. I was a part of that one time.
Yeah.
The Longhorn, neighborhood Longhorns, and I helped clean the stadium after game. Dude, it was the nastiest event, dude. There's some nasty. Some of y'all are really nasty at the games. especially ones that bring their tobacco in there.
Oh,
Wow.
do you have to scrape up dip spit off the ground?
Oh, dude, they put it underneath their seat in the cups, and you got to clean that stuff up. And yeah, I've been a part of that. Help out the kids make a little bit of money. God, that took forever.
Was this volunteering or you got paid?
No, I was a volunteer.
Oh man, I was
Group I was volunteering with got the money to some group, some kids group.
That's nice of you to do, but man, there's a lot
It's
easier
nasty,
ways.
dude.
There's a lot easier ways to volunteer and feel good about yourself than
clean up the
than
stadiums
that.
behind people.
Oh my, you don't have to clean the bathrooms or anything, did you?
No, just the stands.
Just the stands. Okay, I mean, shoot, yeah, the peanuts, shells, the dip spit, the I mean, the cans and bottles, that's easy, but all the stuff you got to scrape off the ground and off
I
the
got to
bottom of the
get
seats.
that little girl's beer bottles. I got to get that kid's 6-pack from underneath the bleachers.
See, that's fine. Like that right there is okay.
Well, she didn't leave any. She didn't leave any inside the can. Believe me.
No, there weren't any. You don't have to worry about. And if liquid spills, it's gonna evaporate, so you don't have to clean that up. But it's the sticky stuff and the solid stuff.
No, that little girl didn't have anything left in the can.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. All right, a few more sponsor shout outs here. Then we're talking baseball. There was a pretty funny incident that happened on a Major League Baseball telecast earlier this week that has gone viral that a lot of people aren't happy with. I think it's great, but a lot of people think it is offensive, Buck.
Really?
So we'll get to this in a second. But first, a few more sponsor shout outs.
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, close to 70 years in service in Central Texas. Love the folks there. Get that air conditioner. Look out. Who knows? With the cool air coming in, you may have the heater cranked back on. I hope not. I hope it stays in the 70s and but not get into the 90s. But I'm glad because my air conditioning system is working just fine because over the last couple of days, it's been hot. It's been stinking hot. So the air conditioning has come on, and I have a contract with Woods Comfort Systems for them coming out twice a year. And folks, if you want that done, or if you have a problem with your system, they are the folks that you want to call in. Their technicians will get out at the proper time and help you out. Woods Comfort Systems, as I said, been doing it. Nobody does it better. Close to 70 years in Central Texas, and they do plumbing.
Yes, indeed. 512-842-5066, or you can find out more information online at woodscomfortsystems.com. Shout out to them, and some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. How about a free estimate for TSU listeners? All you have to do is head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, and boom, you've got the opportunity to have them come out to your place and talk about some ideas that they've got for your home. If you're thinking about upgrading and renovating your home with a new kitchen, a new bathroom, maybe you want like a whole home rebuild, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can make it happen for you because they've been making it happen for Central Texans for 40 plus years. Locally owned and operated, a company that started here and a company that has stayed here, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Again, their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can hit up our buddy Mike directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Sweet.
And of course, quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm donning a TSU hat today. Waterloo Printing on Instagram. If you've got a business or just a big event coming up that needs hats, shirts, signs, stickers, whatever, our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics will take care of you. All right, let's get to this moment that happened on an Atlanta Braves telecast.
Did it happen at the Atlanta airport?
Did not happen at the Atlanta airport, believe it or not. No Delta Airlines employees are involved in the making of this story. By the way, they have completely ghosted me, so we'll
what? After all said and done, now you get nothing? No reaction?
We're going to keep trying here. And again, that Delta CEO.
No, we're going to find out. We're going to help you out there.
All right. We'll see what happens there, but we'll save that for another time. This is a Braves-Blue Jays game in Toronto a couple of nights ago. So they're north of the border. And you know how, baseball broadcasts, they've got their version of a sideline reporter, right?
Sure.
The guy who will go around the ballpark. He'll talk about the food. He'll talk to some fans. He'll just do whatever, right? Hang out and just provide a unique element to the baseball telecast. Well, the Atlanta Braves in-game reporter is a guy by the name of Wiley Ballard, and he works for the FanDuel Sports Network. and he was interviewing a couple of women at Rogers Center in Toronto. A couple of, good-looking young women, probably in their early 30s, early to mid-30s would be my guess. Not a great game to play, trying to guess a female's age, but we're going to do it anyways. And we can't play the video because of copyright rules, but we've got the sound of the back and forth between the play-by-play color commentator and the in-game reporter, Wiley Ballard. Here's what happened.
Wiley, how are things up there at the Corona rooftop?
Things are pretty great, Brandon. We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
First of all, we'll stop it right there. The first girl says her name is Lauren, and the guy goes, Lawrence.
Yeah, I thought I heard her say Lawrence. I mean, he's a little nervous. Okay, we got that part. He got away with it, though. Not from you. I thought I heard the word Lawrence, too, yeah.
Yeah, she said Lauren, and he says, okay, Lawrence. It's like, no, that's not okay. Can't really
That's
accept
not okay.
that.
That's not my name, mister.
No, but we continue.
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
Come on it.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She doesn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. You just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
Yeah, really.
So how about that? The sideline reporter asks for one of the fans' numbers, and she gives it to him.
Very nice. Good move. Smooth move.
I think it's great, right? How can you not be romantic about baseball? This guy might have found his future life partner by just doing his job as an in-game reporter at the ballpark.
No, he's just found another way for a girl to turn him down. He got a number, and then she'll say, don't ever call me again. And then he can just move right along with the same move again. You can use that move over and over. Eventually, somebody will say, okay, cool. You're not as dopey as you sound.
He's going to get
Lawrence.
He's going to get that reputation of, the ballpark pickup guy.
Yeah, ballpark. Hey, Lawrence.
But, of course, people are mad about this. They're calling it gross. They're calling it unprofessional. They're calling it misogynistic, saying if the roles were reversed, everybody would be shaming the female reporter if she was asking for a dude's number.
I just think it's just kind of funny. That's all. I don't think it's anything. I mean, she doesn't have to do it. I don't know why. I don't know how it got to that part. She was being a great sport about it. Yeah, she could have said no, and that would have been the ultimate embarrassment on live TV for this dude. Right. But I don't see it as, anything that's the guy needs to go to jail for or lose his job for. That's kind of silly.
That's what some people are calling for out there.
Really? They're calling for that dude's job?
Calling for his job.
It's not the most professional thing I've ever heard of, but I don't think it's to the point of guy should lose his job. Just somebody in management will say, dude, don't do that again. That's all you need to say to him. He won't do it again.
Yeah, it's entertaining. Like the job is to entertain on those broadcasts. And that was like, you got 162 of those you got to do every year. Each one's like 3 hours long. You got to find a way to spice it up a little bit.
No.
That's spicing it up.
No, he didn't say like, hey, honey, are you wearing a wireless bra or something? How's that working for you today on this hot day here in Atlanta? He didn't say anything like that,
Wireless bra. Yeah, you wearing a Bluetooth bra or something? You going hands-free with that thing?
You should. Wow. That's not professional.
Let's test it. He didn't say, let's test and see what you've got going on under there.
Come on, people. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I thought it was great. All right, we'll bring on the boys from Chaos Theory. I see Double R waiting. We're cutting into y'all. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man, I'll tell you what. So I'm going to be the test case. I'm going to go to, what do they call it now? Whatever Minute Maid it's called now. I'm going to go and see if Julia Morales wants to get my number. We can do a little interview right there.
Yeah, just say, hey, I think you want my number. Let me give you my number.
I think you want my number is what's going on. No, man, that's a good bit right there. What I would do at the NASCAR races is when I go to a NASCAR race, I dress like the PR people and the important people. I dress all in black, wear golf slacks and all that kind of stuff. And I'll go stand where the important people stand, and the girls come up and want to hug you because they think you're important. They think you're important. I hug random women hug me.
You dress for the occasion, huh? You got that down?
I dress like I'm in the industry, and the ladies come up and they want to hug me, and they never ask who I am. So I shave, I look presentable. It's a good bit.
They know who you are. You're Ronnie Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, they're like that's that Ronnie guy, man.
I'm gonna go out to Coda and dress up in uni like I'm like a driver, or should I? Am I better suited to be the pit guy?
You should tell him that you're Sir Lewis Hamilton's uncle.
Yeah, I'm his agent. I'm looking for another NIL deal for my cousin Lewis.
Yeah,
my nephew Lewis needs another deal.
Yeah, he needs something. He needs something. Yeah, y'all were talking. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, you guys were talking about concessions a while ago, and it rang a bell in my head. And then you mentioned Atlanta with this other situation. The Atlanta Falcons don't do a lot of things right, but have you seen their concession stand prices? It's hot dogs $2, refillable Coca-Colas $2, waffle fries $3, water $2, popcorn $2, cheeseburgers $5. Because they don't sponsor us. The beer that girl was drinking at DKR, $5.
Oh,
$5.
Dude, I was at that stadium for the SEC championship game, and none of those prices were a thing.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Close, huh?
It's the same exact stadium, but I guess just for Falcons games, it's different. Or that article that you're reading is a bunch of BS. I don't know.
No. I saw the menu. I saw this. I actually saw this a while back. So I think that's just for Falcons games. Yeah, because it says Atlanta Falcon games. So that's damn near like the Masters right there. That's good pricing.
Great nice.
Price. That's what we need. Yes, I did just sniff my pit because Bucky said he's going to work in the pits. So I wasn't sure what he was talking about there. So you're gonna be smelling dudes' pits. I did see at F1 a couple years ago, there was a guy dressed up in full Ricky Bobby garb.
Come on, man.
I mean, head to toe. And he kind of looked like Will Ferrell, too.
Going to the game? Going to the event? The race?
Going to the event. Yep. Just walking around, and people were asking him for pictures. I think I took a picture with him. I was like in college at the time. So it was like.
You didn't give him your number, did you? Did he ask for the number?
Didn't ask. He might have asked for some ladies' numbers that day. I don't know. Maybe that was his pickup plan. Like dressed as Ricky Bobby, get a bunch of people coming up to you asking for pictures, and then
sometimes you just have to have game. You got to find a way to have game, Well,
yeah,
icebreaker.
The best people have game without dressing up to look like an idiot. But
I just wear my, like I always tell Wags, I just wear my casual attire that my wife says that I dress like a ninth grader, and that's what I wear everywhere. Basketball shorts, t-shirt, and a cap. That's everywhere I go. That's what I do. Even on Halloween.
Apologies, I forgot to set the trash out.
That's right. Wait a minute. What is today?
Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Mine's just tomorrow. Thursday trash day.
All day today, Wednesday. And of course, if I would have forgotten to do my one chore, probably would have got divorced. Seriously.
Damn.
What?
Yeah, man.
I'm kidding. I'm about
an establishment over there.
God.
She cracks the whip. She keeps it firm around here.
You need to establish who's the boss. Somebody has to be the boss.
We've established that, Bucky. It's her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gladly lay down for this.
Yeah. Well, I got to sleep in my own bed. I didn't go to the guest bed. I had a good night's sleep last night. The freight train didn't come in there. She said, "You know what? That's not fair to you. I'll go sleep in the other room until my wife's snoring has gotten kind of out of hand. She's got all this pollen in the air and everything else. I just said, what's the difference between you and a freight train? I said, eventually the freight train stops. And your snoring does not.
Oh, you got to get her a BPAP, man. Get her a BPAP
simulplasty.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't put things over. Only thing you put over her face is my finger on her nose and my hand over her mouth. I haven't tried anything else.
Just grab a pillow.
The pillow. BK says go with the pillow. That's sure to get me. No, she can then reach over to the nightstand and then the thing goes ba-boom. And then they say, oh, it's an accident. Nope, that was no accident, folks.
Hey, I need y'all's guys' opinions before y'all go, guys. The hypothetical Tuesday that I have for you right now. Well, Wednesday, hypothetical Wednesday that I have for you guys right now. So if you were having a home remodel done and out front of your property, you've got a huge dumpster that trades are throwing trash in, and the great contractor doing your job says, hey, if you have any trash, throw it in there. You know, it's a good time to clean your garage out. And you do that. And so it's still there. And then you come from out of town and you see like tree limbs and different things in there. And you go in the house and you ask your significant other, hey, did the trees get trimmed? And she says, no. Is it kind of a shitty thing that somebody threw some trash in your dumpster that wasn't you?
You mean it didn't belong to my friend Ashish there at 7-Eleven and I didn't put stuff into his dumpster? I mean, no, they can't do that. Your neighbors can't do that.
The big giant dumpster in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair game. I'm
always not. That's
I'm always saying
fair
that because, like, the last house I lived in, actually the last two houses that I've lived in, at one point, like one of the neighbors had giant dumpster in the yard. And look, I'd always go for my trash can first, but if my bin was full, then look, an even bigger bin over there.
Wow,
we're going in. That's fair game, baby. If you don't want trash in there, then put it in the house.
Rodney, leave a little envelope out there for them to put $3 or $4 in there for you.
Dumpster.
Yeah.
Well, then if you
got to
want
pay
trash
for that
out there,
dumpster.
don't have it.
Well, and the other part of it, my trees are like hanging over the freaking dumpster. I'm like, well, trim my shit. Trim my shit and throw it in there too.
See, so did you have stuff already coming out of the dumpster? Was it overfilling? Was the big huge dumpster already overfilling?
This house has been like dismantled. So there's a lot of shit in there.
20 second. Rodney, was the dumpster overflowing?
Not completely.
Okay.
Not completely. It had a little bit.
How much trash? Like, did someone throw one bag in there, or was it a guy who unloaded a car full of piss jugs?
He left his sofa in there.
These are tree limbs. I mean, this is like trimming trees and shit. You know?
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah. Instead
that might be over the line right there.
Yeah, they didn't. Instead of taking it to the dump, Ronnie, when they went to trim somebody else's yard, they decided to go. They saw your deal there, drove by instead of going to the dump where they'd have to pay, they decided to put it in your dumpster. That's what they did.
Yeah. They said this dumpy ass Mexican over here. We'll show him. You know,
you can't live
a white dude that wouldn't happen.
Dumpster out there.
Do you know which neighbor it was?
I do. Yeah.
I would walk down. I would kindly walk. I would give a neighborly visit, pay a neighborly visit, and say, hey, you know, that dumpster out there cost me some change and it overflowed. I couldn't put all my trash in there. Do you think you could?
Here's how it came to pass. So it just so happened the day that I returned, I had to take some old mattresses out, and I had a young man here helping me do that. And I walked outside, and I don't know. And I said, I don't know who threw these limbs in here. And the neighbor, loved the neighbor to death, honestly, pops out of the yard and says, "Oh, sorry about that. I was going to mention it to you."
Oh,
I was gonna and didn't. Well, I'm sorry. 2 in the hand, 1 in the bush, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't play here though. I don't know.
Yeah, just let them know when they go to Costco to get you 3 cases of water the next time they head on over to Costco.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's a freeze coming in 8 months, so be ready.
There you go.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you guys for helping me with my dilemma.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to say something. I would have
said something. I don't know. If it was overflowing completely, then yeah, I absolutely would have said something. I would have been, hey, guess what, buddy? That cost me money. You're going to pitch in a little bit for this thing. But I'm also the guy that might get shot following somebody home in a road rage incident too. So
yeah. Well, I have to watch what I do. It's not a buddy. It's a budette. It's a budette.
Oh, it's a budette. Oh, look out.
Is she a spin cycle friend?
No.
Look out. Don't be careful with a budette.
Got to watch the budette.
All right,
boys. Listen, have a great Wednesday.
See y'all at Sue Patrick tomorrow morning.
There you go.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Patrick.
Hey, welcome everybody. Got to see all my friends down there at St. Patrick. My buddy Jay. Hey, come on down there. Get yourself some Longhorn globes. Yeah, we don't make them anymore. They're out of stock there. But come on down there and get yourself one of the Tommy Bahama Longhorn shirts. Huh? How about it?
And the Tyler Campbell. Don't forget the Tyler Campbell when you're over at the St. Patrick's.
Does he have his own shirt up there?
No, it's a candle. I hope
I thought you said Tyler Campbell.
That's what they say that. They say Tyler Campbell.
Oh,
I don't know if I go TC speaks. I like that.
TC speaks, my dude. Absolutely. What's going on with you, partner? How are you, good sir? Welcome to Chaos Theory, everybody. Hopefully everybody had a great Wednesday, a great hump. No, wait. Did it again. Today's hump day.
Dude, I'm all thrown off. I seriously thought it was Tuesday.
Skipping hump day the past couple of days, right? You know what it is? I missed a day yesterday.
That's right.
I missed a day and it threw me off a little bit. But welcome back to me, right? I'm back on the scene here, back in the saddle here, and welcoming everybody. Welcome watching Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
We did a little wrestle talk yesterday, Wags. We did
some wrestling talk. I would have never guessed.
Imagine that, right?
On and doing some wrestle talk.
Imagine that. Longhorn Bear, thank you for the Longhorn Bear's got to be talking about that Smokey and the Bandit poster over there. That's the one that everybody's like, damn, what is that? Yeah, man, that's cool. Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, see it back there.
Smokey and the Bandit action. But yeah, the guys at St. Patrick tomorrow. That's of course from 7 to 9. How are you, my man? Just weird not talking to you yesterday. It's usually me that's
man. Got a lot of moving parts going on, man.
Yeah, it's usually me that's load managing. You know, being the older guy, I'm the one that kind of needs to load manage. And hell, missed you yesterday, buddy.
Been getting myself involved, trying to get back in. I guess you can call it school, right? But I'm not really going back to UT. I'm just kind of taking like a boot camp class through UT.
Nice.
Full stack engineering course. Learning how to do some backdoor coding and learning how to do some stuff with Java and I knew HTML a little bit already, but didn't know Java too much. But needed an actual certificate to kind of make me more employable for the tech world here. So I don't have too much experience in the tech world. I only got like 4 years, so I kind of need to bolster up my resume a little bit, and doing that entails getting some professional education. So
look at you.
And then the whole process with this, it's a costly program, a costly course to go through, so needed to utilize my benefits, my VA benefits, and in doing that you have to be approved, and so you got to go before a board, a VA board and an educational board, and they got an occupational board, right? And if you've been out of employment or been out of gainful employment, right? I mean, you can be a contractor and jump around from multiple jobs like we do from time to time, but they don't really give a shit about that. But if you're looking for like a career seeking job like in tech or whatever, and you don't have the skill set and you're looking for something like this is what this program is utilized for. So hopefully I'm almost like a perfect candidate, a pinup poster candidate for this program. So I should go right through. So,
I got to tell you, one of the things that with my other job that I had to relearn because I hadn't used it in so long. Being an independent contractor, you have different ways of doing your own stuff. Whether it's office, clerical, bookkeeping, tax stuff, whatever. I hadn't used Excel in so long.
That's tough. Like,
God,
tables. Like that's what I remember using is pivot tables and stuff, like pivots, or I guess we called them pivots back then. But utilizing the formulas, I hated Excel. Like I would have flashcards for not like quizzing myself, but I mean just little cheat stuff for Excel. Man, Excel sucks.
Oh, dude!
But, I mean, everybody uses it, dude. Like you have to know. I'm trying to teach my kid this shit too, man. Like I'm trying to tell my kid, like these are the skills that you need. It sucks, or if you're not going to acquire these skills, you need to acquire the skills to fix the stuff that people are using.
Yeah,
right. Like when it breaks down, you need to have like either IT stuff or be able to actually get in there and be a line engineer to actually rewire all this shit and reconfigure it. I've built PCs before. I have a fun time building PCs, but I'd like to be on the server side of it, to where it's just easier maintenance, and it's also it's a lot bigger of a payday.
Bigger.
It's a bigger payday for some reason. Overlook, oversight is a lot more important than actually just hands-on stuff. So I've always been told that for some reason supervision is more important than the actual work. So
oh man, I'll tell you, no, Jake, I don't know how to look up. I mean, I can look up a woman with a name Victoria or something like that. Maybe that's but the only V lookup that I can do. But it was like in college, or when the girls were in college, one of them was home for something, and they're like, "Hey, I need some help doing a PowerPoint." And I'm like, "Well, let me see if I can find you some help." And they're like, "Well, you can't do that?" And I'm like, "I have no idea how to do that." And she's like, "But you're able to put stuff on screens, you're able to run streams, and you can do all this other shit. How is that?" I'm like, "That's muscle memory that I'm self-taught." I said, I was never taught how to do PowerPoints or Excel or any of that bullshit. So
no, and so like, and it's weird, right? Like when I code, it's picture the Matrix, right? Like that's kind of how I see it. Like, and people will say like, well, how do you? And the way I explain coding to them, it's like I'm taking, especially when I'm doing Python, like I'm taking one branch or one string and trying to make it balanced, right? You're just trying to balance. When I say string, I'm getting too crazy with this. When I say strings, I mean like just like the code itself. Like when I see one line or a couple lines, I'm just trying to balance out the lines. Like, and I understand, coding can be overwhelming for a lot of people, but some people just kind of see it, right?
Yeah.
And I think I have a gift for it. I've never actually had an actual professional course with it, and I know how to script a little bit with Python, but I don't want to just be a scripter. Like I want to be a general coder, so I can do more than just back end stuff or just talking to the computer in general, which is like what you use the language of Python for, or C++, or C++ is probably what I'm going to end up doing most of, in Java, just because that's the gaming realm. But anyways, that's what I've been up to, man. So really appreciate you and BK for, being flexible and allowing me to kind of take some time off a little bit and switching stuff around, covering up the the app too, so everybody knows that I run the app in the afternoon. So
all about that development, man. All about
man, and that's what it is too. It sucks, right? Because like I have a degree from the University of Texas. I have time. I have 11 years in service as a veteran. I have 3 years in gaming, and I have 2 other years in tech. That's not, and that is not enough to compete with some of these gurus. And there are like, and that's just it with tech, right? Like you're working with some of the most intelligent people, or not. It's just creative people, or people that just know how to do so many awesome things with technology. If your skill set's not up to par, man, you're gonna get left behind. And I gotta bolster it up, man. You never too long, or never too old, or never too late to go back to school or to better yourself for education.
Wags, I really see in motorsports where the whole concept has gravitated so much. And this is why I say that, like with trades and technical stuff and that with technology, it's so important, because in racing, you have folks, there are so many engineers and different people that are doing things to make cars, motorcycles, whatever, to make them go really, really fast. And they have no idea what a crescent wrench is. They have no idea what a, torque wrench is. They have no idea what any of that shit is. But when it comes to the technology part of what you can do to manipulate, whether it be a chassis, whether it be whatever, a part, they can do that with technology. And it makes you a real badass race car driver with the stuff they do. Sure. It's amazing. It's
hone
amazing.
in on stuff, man. Fine tune stuff, right?
Yeah.
And look, like and here's the thing too that's kind of motivated me around this. Like I'm 44, right? And sadly, I'm going to be transparent here. My body's breaking down a little bit now. Some of that is done by my own demise, right? Like not keeping myself up into prime shape, but we're starting to we're starting to remedy that too. We're starting to get our body back into everything, and you can see everything that I'm drinking is mostly sugar free. If I'm not drinking water, if I'm off the water, I'm on something that's sugar free. But we're making some changes, but also like, man, I really felt it when I was doing, contracting work, like getting up in the eaves of houses and stuff that I used to be able to do.
Oh.
Yeah, like getting up, and also like 140 degree weather, induced weather in the Texas heat is not going to be, a welcomed job for anyone, right? It's just rigorous. But yet, when you're 44, you don't want to be doing that shit. You kind of want to do the easier stuff, right? The technical stuff, and that's kind of what I'm trying to, I guess make myself employable for, and more employable for, rather. But my body can't hold up going up into the attics and doing all the manual labor and shit.
I got to tell you that this past weekend,
young man's game, amigo.
Oh man, I was doing an event this past weekend in Houston where I came to you guys from the hotel on Monday, and I was like out in the 90-degree weather, and it was rough. But in the past month and a half, I've shaved off some LBs, and I was thinking about that as those 2 days were going on.
Some Lonnie Baxters.
That's right, some Lonnie Baxters. I felt I felt a lot better in that heat, where I'm thinking, okay, if I had those other Lonnie Baxters on right now, I would probably fall over. So very, very important to take care of yourself. One other thing
that's a great point too. My lower back, right? I bet my lower back would be in a lot better pain-free environment if I would just lose some more pounds, right? The poundage up front is probably weighing down the poundage in the back.
I used to, so I would do events and my feet would hurt so bad, and I've got those on-air shoes and all these different things, but it's like since I've kind of trimmed some stuff off myself, my feet don't hurt as bad anymore, and it's because you don't have all that whatever.
Yeah, all the weight, sitting there, weighing or holding down those wheels and those tires here. All right, Migo. Hey, we're already 30 minutes into this damn thing. Follow us on our socials if you hadn't done so already. Hit us up on that social. Or hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Play those lottery numbers too, please. And let's get in this conversation. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. I see a lot of you guys have. What do you want to get into, man? What are we leading off with? We had some play-in game last night. Some play-in games.
Had to mention that, of course. But hey, I wanted to mention to you. Do you know whose birthday it is today?
It was Tom McKay's the other day.
Tom McKay the other day. Happy birthday to our man Tom McKay. This guy is not quite as great as Tom McKay, but he's won some football games. Bill Belichick, 73 today, still sporting around young Jordan at 24.
Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick with the
it's you're in Tom's world when Tom's birthday instead of Bill Belichick's birthday, right?
Yeah, Tom's is like right there around mine.
Gotta know Tom. Also, Cat Osterman's birthday.
Cat Osterman
chimes
great
in too.
Cat Osterman.
No, I didn't. I was unaware of the great Bill Belichick's birthday.
Did you see her at the?
I did see this. Now, what are we weighing in on this here? Like, what is going on? Like,
this is weird, right?
How much older is she than the college athletes?
She's 24, Wag.
Okay,
she's like their age, right?
She's strutting around, running around, calling daddy away from practice and stuff, and this is just not the build. This is why I didn't know if this was gonna work or not.
Here she is.
Yeah, that's why I question if this is gonna, like, Bill didn't have this in New England, right? Like, that there's a lot of distractions in it, and how long will this go down before Bill has the conversation with her about, hey, maybe they've already had the discussion that she's not supposed to be on the field, and she's kind of coerced him into it, and he's acquiesced. That's a powerful thing. What she holds is a powerful thing. Okay. And it's got a lot of influence over man. And we've seen this time over time, and the great Bill Belichick has been beaten. All right.
Yeah.
The great Bill Belichick has now succumbed to his relationship, his wounds.
Yeah.
He's done. Like, this is not the Bill Belichick that I am used to seeing, and this is why I was questioning if the experiment in North Carolina was going to work. This might be turned over to Steven way sooner than we think.
If you want to talk about the legacy that he has right there, it's like, I mean, everything that he's done, and then I mean, look, I mean, say it's gross, say whatever, but dude is 73 years old today, and this is why
It's
I bring this
weird. It's like they're both adults.
Yeah.
And with what I believe, go about your business. All right. I can still hold an opinion on it. And my opinion is that it's very weird. Okay.
I've got to tell you, Wags, if my kid rolled up with Bill Belichick at the front door, I'd be like, okay, come on in. Let me shake your hand. Let's talk a little bit of football. And after that's done, I'd be like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Is this authentic? Like, is this genuine? If you're genuinely happy with Bill, because Bill's got to be happy. Like, Bill's having fun.
Right? Having fun.
Bill is having some fun. Okay. My only question is the motive, and this is sad that I'm this shallow, or that I'm thinking this shallow, right? And of course, this is what everybody's been thinking. I'm just speaking it. Is it really authentic, genuine love from both parties?
Yeah,
that's
where a lot of times in these situations, because I watch too many,
and it ain't none of my fucking business.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, good for him. I mean, good for him and good for her. I mean, I watch a lot of Lifetime movies, and I'm like, okay, is this something? Is this a scripted thing? Is this?
It's beyond script. It's beyond script at this point, right?
Yeah. I mean,
and it sure as shit. It sure as shit ain't a publicity stunt to get recruits to North Carolina.
No,
I saw that bullshit rolled out. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I can't. I actually need to pull the site that I saw that from.
You know what just seems really weird to me about this whole thing is, like, for that clip that we just showed, Bill Belichick has always been the powerful, his way. I mean, it's like, what?
Right.
She's just like rolling up. She's everywhere. She leads
button heads, bro. Like, that's what I remember.
Yeah, she leads that relationship. It seems like, which is weird to me. I mean, it would be like, I don't know.
CB says it. It's undefeated. It is undefeated, bro.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. And that's it. And I think Rob said there she was doing her job. Well, what's her job? I mean, I don't know what her job is. I mean, I thought she was a cheerleader or something. Is she the cheer whatever? I mean, I don't know what she does.
I honestly didn't know that she was on the staff.
Maybe that's how maybe that's why he took that job. Maybe that's what he does.
Again, it's not like it is not my job to be involved in their affairs.
I don't care. I mean, it's weird that this dude that has been so powerful.
That's the different part of that's what's so different about this, right? Is like it's usually his show.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like his show.
It's like I mean, pardon the pun here when we're talking about a man that just turned 73 today. It's like he just kind of has shriveled up, and she runs the show. I mean,
or he understands, or maybe he understands, because this isn't his first relationship, right? Maybe he understands that. And again, I am going down a rabbit hole here, and I am doing my best love line. Adam Carolla and Drew. What was Drew? What was Dr. Drew's last name? I can't remember. Anyways, I'm doing my best false doctor opinion here. I'm gonna guess that maybe his job or his focus was a deterrence for his relationships in the past, or maybe it pulled away from his relationships, and maybe he's approaching this one and saying, we're gonna have a little bit more fun with this. All right, we're gonna stay youthful, we're gonna stay young, and we're gonna ride this thing out for as long as we can and see where it goes. Right. I mean, the writing's got to be on the wall, though, guys. We're looking at this thing, and at some point, how long does her fantasy last until she wakes up? So I don't know.
So did you say that
it's a weird? Again, it's weird optics, man.
So
it's just weird optics.
So you said she's going to ride this thing out as long as it goes. How long can it go? He's 73. I mean, hell, I'm not far away, so maybe it goes.
Hey, man,
good for him. I mean,
miracles in modern day medicine, amigo. Miracles in modern day medicine.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's that Energizer battery that keeps you going all day long, buddy. So
all right, okay. Well, there's your entertainment tonight. TMZ, People Weekly. There's your salacious gossip for the day. I don't know how we hadn't gotten to that any sooner, but yeah, Bill Belichick doing all right.
I think he's doing more than all right. I think
he's doing all right. He's doing all right. By the way, rest in peace to Wink Martindale, not the football guy, the game show host.
The game show host. Thank you.
No, see, maybe this is the week that we do the top 5 game show hosts because we've lost Wink Martindale. I love Tic Tac Doe, and I think they've brought that back on some channel.
What's your? You know what? Adding it. Top 5 game shows.
Top 5 game
adding
shows.
It to the wheel.
Yeah. Our coach Ben Johnson on the Coda text line 222-9328. Gene Hackman, Robert De Niro. I mean, these guys. And look, I'm saying good for him.
What are you babbling on about? Yeah. What are you babbling on about? What are you talking
about? These dudes with the younger girls and all that, younger ladies. I mean, that's all right.
Gene Hackman did have a. Gene Hackman's wife was what 20 years to his junior.
I think so, and even yeah.
Right.
Yeah, she was like 70 something.
Yeah, she was in her 70. Yeah, she was like 74, 75, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whatever works.
What was I just talking about? Top 5 what?
Game shows.
Top 5 game shows.
I just think it would if I had a girlfriend
top 5 game shows or top 5 game show hosts. There's a difference there.
I think probably the hosts would be pretty good.
Dawson's number 1. Dawson's number 1, bro.
I don't know, man. I'm totally into watching retro Bob Barker.
Let's go game shows.
Okay, yeah, because there are a lot of good game shows. Because a lot of that is
we could have a controversial number 1 on our hand here.
Yeah, we could. I mean, that'd be a great debate right there. But yeah, I mean, I just think let's say that me in my early 50s self was dating a 25-year-old. I mean, when my daughters start talking about shit, I'm like, I have no clue what they're doing. I don't know what they're talking about. And their lifestyles, I mean, not that they're out, painting the town. They're both on their own budgets and living very responsibly. I just don't know what a 25-year-old female and I would do for fun.
Besides sex. So, I mean, seriously, like that's I honestly don't know what the connection would be besides a physical attraction to a woman that's in her 20s, right?
Yeah,
like that's honestly where that's. And call me small, call me a shallow person. That's just where I'm at. I like the disconnect would be too great for me. Just like the age gap. Like they say age is just a number. Well, not when you got 5 decades or 6 decades in between it. Like there's so much time that needs to be accounted for. That's just odd. There's 2 different generations, 3 generations there that separate. No, two generations separate you. It's odd to me, right? Like what can you possibly have in common? You can't go hiking, right? Like you have certain amount of physical stuff that you can do, I would think, right? And that's, to me, that's where connectivity is, right? It's experience. It's the trek of life with your partner,
right?
Like it's shared time. Like to me, if I'm 75 and I'm looking at a 20-some-year-old woman and I'm about to embark in a relationship, how serious can it be? Like it's one, the physical needs have to be the first thing that comes to mind first. And that's, I'm sorry, I'm being very open. That's just
absolutely
that's how I would see it. That's how I imagine myself at 75. Now, maybe I'm longing just to have someone, maybe I'm longing just for companionship at that time. I don't know, because I'm not in that state of my life yet. Okay, so I honestly don't have I don't have an informed opinion on that. I'm just going off of what I would know now.
Well, and the sex is a great thing. I mean, but yeah, that's 2 minutes. What do we do with the other 23 hours and 57 minutes in the day? So whatever. And John, my wife is 18 years younger than me. Life is good. I'm 55. She's 37. So I'm totally not against it.
That's different, John. You're 50s and 70s. I would argue that though, like 50 and 70 is completely different. The way I feel now, I can't imagine what I'm going to feel like at 60. Right? Like, and maybe Bill's kicking ass. Maybe Bill's kicking life in the ass, and he can do this and keep up with a 20-some-year-old woman.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, good for him. I mean, I'm totally not against it.
My wife is a year older than I, so
yeah. I've got a two-year younger wife, and to me that's challenging. But I'm just putting myself in that spot. What do we talk about? I mean, football.
I mean, maybe she's an X's and O's buff. Maybe they are talking about what they're going to do with the zone blitz.
I mean, that's a transfer portal tool right there.
Hey, transfer portal is officially open.
That's right. Wednesday. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, today's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday, buddy.
Jeez Louise, what's going on here? Well, what I can tell you is that today's sex talk has been brought to you by McCall Custom Homes. The great folks here at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. If you're looking to renovate your living room, your bathroom, you need a brand new build, whatever the case is, adding a second story, those outdoor spaces where you can watch your Tom McKay audiovisual consultations gear, McCall Custom Homes can take care of you like they have taken care of me. Free estimates, by the way, if you're a TSU viewer or watcher, 512-633-9580, the easiest way to reach out to our man Mike, who is back in the fold once again. He checked in yesterday, and congratulations to those kiddos on their new child that has come along. Sleepless nights happening right now for Mike and wife. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today and get them to give you a quote. And they'll walk step by step with you as that procedure or project is going on. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. TSU Sex Chat. Good call, Longhorn Bear. That's what we'll use Wednesdays for. Sexy Wednesday.
Ooh, on Wednesdays, huh? On hump days, we call them sex chat days, sexting days, huh? Get your money in here to the sexter himself.
The sexter.
All right, Amigo, where do you want to go first?
I'll tell you who's sexy. Tell you who's sexy is Steph Curry.
The assassin is back, Amigo.
Right.
Jimmy Butler looked good last night too. Dre, missing some backpack threes, but the Warriors were able to get I guess take care of business. Memphis looked like they were going to come back and make this a thing, though. I kind of mentioned this the other night when John Moran is just such a physical specimen too, or just a talented scorer.
Yeah.
Honestly, when he's with this squad, man, anything can happen. Of course, Bain had a great game too. So, look, this is gonna be a fun playoff. This is gonna be a fun NBA playoff. We talked about how strong the West is. Here we go, lock them up, baby. Let's get it.
And I'm very much of the opinion. I think you guys have probably figured out right now that I'm not just totally bought in on the Houston Rockets yet. As we get into this playoff run, and the fact now that Golden State's going to be the number 7 seed taking on the number 2 Rockets, there's a really good part of me, Wags, that thinks that the Warriors are going to knock them off in 6 games with what we saw last night.
We mentioned from Golden regardless State. Of where the Warriors fall, if it would have been the 7 or the 8, you didn't want to see it. Like Oklahoma didn't want to see him. Neither did Houston. Like, and it's tough to call them the sleepers of the tournament because of the assassin that's on. Like Steph's the best shooter I've seen. I can guess that most of the people in this chat would say that even if you're a Jordan head or a LeBron head or a Kobe head, the best shooter you've ever seen play the game has been Steph Curry. I would almost 95% venture to say that, right? Or 95% of us would say that, I would think. Couple that with an aggressive Jimmy Butler that can get to the cup and take people off the dribble and win double teams and find the open shooter, which the Warriors are known to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you throw in some excellent defensive play and some great chip in stuff from bench scoring with AirPods. Like there's some talent on this Warriors squad that can. I mean, if you're the opposition looking over at the other bench, you're like, holy shit! Like you go to sleep. You go to sleep for 2 minutes and you could have a daunting third quarter or a daunting fourth quarter. Like. And it could get out of hand. It like a 4-point lead could turn into a double-digit lead quick with this team, right? And then also like the defensive acumen that Draymond Green poses for the Warriors as well. Golden State is I'd say they're a legitimate sleeper. Even like I can't use sleeper. I keep using sleeper, but it's hard for me because they're going to be a 7 or an 8, right? Like. But that's just how tight knit this West is. Like, 3 through 8, it could be the same team. I mean, hell, look at Memphis is tough. Memphis is a tough squad. Edie is so big. If he had any type of movement at all, Memphis would just absolutely be surging. But I think their lack of speed around the rim is going to ultimately be their crutch. Morant's trying to get the 2-man game working. He just needs more speed and more coordination with Edie. It's not there this year. Maybe it develops in a year or two with some athleticism. But that you can tell that's what's lacking. Or to me, that's what was lacking last night.
Yeah. And I think the thing about it is, Wags, is, obviously, we talked about the regular season the other day, the trade, the Lakers Mavericks trade, that's going to be the one that's going to be talked about so much. But you think about that move of Jimmy Butler. I mean, and everything that was prefaced, that right there. And
it won't be the move for Jimmy Butler. It will be what Jimmy Butler did. To get that move going.
Right. And then you get a guy.
That's what's going to supersede everything or just be overlooked, right? That will be the tone is, remember what Jimmy Butler did that year to get to the Warriors?
Exactly. And then you bring in a dude that this is his time. I mean, you can say whatever you want about Jimmy Butler.
Wouldn't you argue
this is when he's prime time?
Isn't Jimmy Butler's time like a couple of years ago though? Like that's what's so crazy to me. Like to see Jimmy be able to reinvigorate him, like just from time to time. Whenever you think Jimmy's done, he just like, not yet. Not yet, man. Well, that Tom ball killer just comes out in him, man.
Well, and how many people were frowning on and talking about, when Kyrie Irving went to Dallas, where it's like, this dude's he's gonna disrupt everything. He got better, right? I mean, and we're seeing Jimmy Butler.
I would say that's when the maturity
actually
started to, and the mentorship and the veteran I guess attributes started to come out with Kyrie, right? Like that's maybe it was there in Brooklyn too, and we just weren't paying attention to it. But when he was in Dallas, and honestly, let's be real, man, he was happy, and he said that, he's mentioned that, like I'm happy in Texas, I'm happy in Dallas here, man. He just we talk about how having a good mind game and having a good headspace is right, and just a good mental state is important in today's life. Seriously, man, check in with everybody, check in with your people, man, if you haven't done so. We give those PSAs frequently on these shows, and that's how it was for Kai, man. Kai just wanted a better headspace, and he found that here in Dallas, dude, and that's a lot of when you take care of yourself, Rodney, a lot of things happen to where you can take care of others. Right. And that's kind of what happened. That's what I think happened with Kai, man. He was able to take care of himself and then naturally fell into that mentorship role.
And it's one of those things to where, it's situational right there for Kyrie. It was with Luka. I mean, that was just a good pairing right here. And you think about Jimmy Butler for all of that, you go and Steph Curry is kind of maybe that little bit of a rock.
So this is you say good pairing, right? Like this is kind of like the crazy chemistry that the Warriors are throwing in. You're adding some really explosive gases to this chemistry experiment.
You're a chemist right now if you're the Warriors.
You already got some volatile science going on with Draymond Green. All right.
Absolutely.
You take this Jimmy Butler vial and add it to this batch of craziness going here, of this experiment going on, putting Butler with Draymond Green and a little puff of Steph Curry. This could turn into an absolute disaster and blow the lab up, or it could blow the league up with how dangerous it could be with just the scoring effectiveness that they could have, man. I kind of talked a little bit about this before the Jimmy Butler move. The Warriors are, I think, number 1 or number 2 in terms of points with slashing to the basket, points in the paint, essentially, right?
Right.
Or give and goes and getting points in the paint that way. That suits Jimmy Butler's game. If you break it down again, like Jimmy Butler can hit a 3, right? But that's not what Jimmy Butler's known for. Jimmy Butler's known for taking people off the dribble and getting the tough earned baskets, right?
Yep.
Golden State, regardless of having the number 1 shooter in all of basketball or the most, killer assassin in all of NBA history, they have the ability to get to the cup pretty frequently, right? And what does that do if you add somebody that's intense like Jimmy Butler and gets to the cup frequently? It opens up spots on the floor. For who?
Oh, yeah. For the assassin.
For someone that really doesn't need that much of a window.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And when the defense has to react, Steph Curry is going to be able to find little pockets. And oh, by the way, if, you're having a hard time closing out on him, there's a good chance you probably get an and one with the 3-point perimeter too. So I don't know. I think it was a great marriage, a great union for Jimmy Butler to find himself or coerce himself onto the Warriors there. And as a 7 going into the playoffs, they are an absolute wrecking force, man. And if you're Houston, I wouldn't want to see the Warriors. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Wags. To me, and it is. I mean, with the West is so wide open right now. The two most intriguing things, and I'm excited about these playoffs, is Golden State, because, like we said, I love it when those pairings work out this well. And then you have these super team pairings that don't work out. And then you have these where you're kind of like, I don't know. And it seems to be working at this point. And then the Clippers. The Clippers with a healthy Kawhi and with James Harden, I'm really curious to see what these two teams are going to do in a wide open Western Conference. I mean, yeah, I know.
I don't know if it's wide. Like, I know what you mean by when you're saying wide open, right? But it's so tight. Like, I don't. Yeah, like, it's not wide open. It's tight.
You can't stumble. You can't stumble.
Right, exactly. There's really not much room for error. So. I know what you mean, though, Wyatt. It's the margin of error is
not a decisive favorite, right. I guess. And the thing about it is I think Golden State is going to knock Houston off. I mean, I really do. That's not. I mean, I don't dislike the Rockets or nothing. I just think that Golden State right now. And think about Steph. I mean, obviously, best shooter. You said it a while ago, Wags. But how wouldn't this even be magnified more if this wasn't happening during the same time that LeBron is, the LeBron era?
I don't know if that would actually have any type of weigh-in factor.
Yeah,
maybe. Like, I mean, the trade everybody was talking about, the trade, it was Luka. Like the transaction of the year wasn't Jimmy Butler. I mean, sure, it might have been Jimmy Butler up until just the news dump of the year of when Luka was traded to the Lakers. So again, like I don't think anything would kind of take away from the limelight or the marquee element of the Luka deal. Like that's or LeBron, right? Like that's I don't think anything's taken away from that, man.
Yeah. Well, and the Luka thing, I mean, for Dallas, I mean, if you're a Maverick fan, our Maverick fans can, I mean, Nico Harrison, I mean, don't regret the trade, whatever. I mean, we're talking about just be quiet. You want to talk about a PR nightmare, the Mavericks. It's like, man, you're not helping your case here. Just shut up. I
almost felt like the league was trying to keep the Warriors down last night, dude. It looked like AirPods had a couple of clean blocks last night, and they were calling fouls on them. And now I thought he was going to get teed up, honestly. But now to no avail, though, for Memphis. Warriors were able to come out and get the victory here, man.
Yeah.
What about that? I mean, we've been talking about the West. The West is very tight, man. Is this a 2-pony race or a 2-horse race here in the East? Is it either Cleveland or Boston, right? And the rest is just a chip, a chair, and a prayer?
Right. I mean, that's kind of my thought, right? I mean, I don't see anybody that could. In the West, we're talking about teams sneaking up on people. I don't see.
It was the same vibe last year.
Yeah, same shit last year. Yeah,
Two studs, beating the hell out of everybody else, and then, see who can be. And honestly, this is kind of how it went. The West beat themselves to death, with the Trek getting into the championship, and then Boston just soared. I mean, absolutely soared.
Yeah.
Not just throughout the East, not just throughout the playoffs, but in the damn championship too, and seemingly because the West beat themselves battered.
That was the whole thing, and it's like that's kind of the thing for me with the Warriors that I was going to mention there, to where it's like, okay, you've survived the marathon, the 83 game season, as it would be for them, so you've survived that part. Now you're into the sprint. And I think that this just seems to be where the Clippers and the Warriors, to me, are like geared really well right now for this sprint. I mean, I know we still got month and a half to go before the shit's all said and done, but I just think they're sitting in a really good spot there. But yeah, the East is pretty much done. I mean, in my opinion, I don't know who can make a move there.
No, if I had to lay some money down and go with my cousin, I know Cleveland's been good all year long, or been the best all year long, but man, I got a feeling about it's Boston, man. Like,
yeah.
I
been
think
there, done that. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Been there, done that.
Cleveland's good, man. They got rim protectors and they got some scores. So
yeah, we'll see. Well,
pretty good.
Hey, man, I'm curious. I'm curious to see. Memphis now gets the Dallas or Sacramento winner. I mean, it's like the whole focus for me is on the West. It's like Boston's probably going to be the NBA champion, but I'm really curious to see what happens in the West at this point. I don't know.
Absolutely. What else we got? Got a lot of basketball today, man. A lot of basketball. Good. I mean, rightfully so. We'll probably have hockey coming up too. Hockey's rounding up here and starting to get into the playoffs. So.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what we do need to talk about is our friends at Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check them out for their weekly specials. I'm sure there's Easter specials, everything that's happening right there. You've got acres and acres of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, or SUVs. You've got 3 dealerships, 7 different brands out there in the beautiful Hill Country. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. We're into NBA playoffs. We're into the MLB. I was watching some Houston Astros baseball last night on my Tom McKay setup, checking out the Astros there as they continue to stumble and bumble around here as the early season. I also watched some Texas Rangers last night, and that's all courtesy of our friends at AV Consultations. Doing it since 1988. Go to avconsultations.com. Check out the gallery of projects. You can get that 4TV system, get the 110-inch setup, whatever you're looking for. Get a hold of Tom, get a hold of his crew. They'll come out and tell you what's going to work best for your space. 255-8678. Call them today. Get that consultation lined out, and you'll be living the good life. Like Wags, like myself, like BK, like Chip Brown. We've all got those systems, and we're damn glad. This beauty and the sounds. My NASCAR, I can't wait for Memorial Day weekend. I'm going to be home Memorial Day weekend, Wags. I'm going to have Formula One. I'm going to have the Indianapolis 500. I'm going to have the World 600. I'm going to have all that shit on my Tom McKay system. avconsultations.com. Check them out today.
Almost went the entire show with some contacts in, man. Thought I was going to make it.
I was wondering what happened right there. I was like, man,
man, I think my eyelashes are too long, and that's what's going on.
Well, don't try to trim them yourself.
I don't mess with that. No, man, we don't do any type of beautifying or beautician products or whatever. No, we don't
like,
do that.
It seems like the only time
lotion on its skin, it does what it's told.
The only time that I get brave enough to do manscaping is when I've had a few beverages, and then I wake up the next morning like the eyebrows are all crooked.
Task your wife. I mean, I'm not gonna get into your all's antics, but you may have a game of it, right? Like, hey, you got any creativity or creative designs you want to put down there? Go ahead.
Well,
have at it.
I've tried to do the manscaping down in them personal parts every now and then, and I'll tell you, you nip those scissors in one of them corners, and
you put a guard on it, man.
Stuff hurts.
You put a guard on it. You don't take it down to the skin.
Oh, come on,
guard
man.
on it.
Come on, man. Why not? Why not?
What else we got going on here before we turn it over to the dudes?
Hey, let's talk about Texas baseball. They're now 30-5. Oh, what a difference a year makes, Wags. On this very day, last year, we were like, David Pierce got to go.
No, I did not say that.
No. Well,
I was the guy that said retain.
You did.
Pierce, so
you did, and I love David.
Don't get me wrong. I love where we're at. Right, I love where we're at, but I loved me some David Pierce.
I love David Pierce.
That's where I let personal stuff come into business stuff. So,
well, I think what Jim Schlossnagle is doing right here, obviously, number one team in the land you've got, and almost had another run rule last night. Boy, that'd have been the great redemption.
Good.
Oh man, but
maybe you can't really thump your chest on that though, right? Like,
yeah. Go sweep Auburn this week, and then there might be some chest thumping, because that's the number 8 team in the country right there, and I think they just swept LSU, and LSU is pretty good.
I thought I beat you to it, Jake. I don't wish Pierce was still here. I'm happy with Jim. I really liked Coach Pierce. Like, he was a good dude. He was a good dude, really good. But I mean, that's good dudes and winning sometimes doesn't go hand in hand. So
yeah, it's like when you have that employee, it's like, man, I just love this guy. He's great.
Exactly.
He's great
and Rob hit it on the head. Like, Pierce was great, a great bridge, but this is the guy. Like, this is the guy.
This is just another home run hire for Chris Del Conte. And you look at how this baseball program is built right now. It's very much kind of like what we talk about, the continuity with Sarkisian's football program, to where it's like, I mean, look, you go out and you get a pitching coach, and you go out and Schloss is just kind of the CEO there, to borrow Mac Brown's term. I mean, that's exactly what he's doing with this baseball team. And I honestly didn't expect, Wags, that we would be reaping these dividends.
I didn't expect year one like that, especially going into the SEC. Like, I expected some struggle. And look, man, it's still a young campaign. Okay.
Absolutely.
And things can really go awry quickly, right? And that's why I'm very reluctant to ever stand on top of a mountain and thump my chest, right? When you're number one, just to make it as easy to keep it is the hard shit. That line will always forever in perpetuity, man, just reside in my head, man. It just lives there, dude. It's not just about the struggle to make it to the top or the journey to get to the top. It's holding it while you're there. You got to keep it while you're there. And until the season's over, don't thump your chest, right? Don't thump your chest. It's a long year.
Well, one of the things that I always look at, whatever sport that we're looking at, it's like, okay, you can have, like the Cowboys, for example. Every year when we start the season, I'm like, okay, I'm very concerned, but at the same time, I know if something happens to Dak Prescott, they're screwed. Even though Stu and I were talking yesterday, I don't think they're screwed as much with Milton, but that's a different conversation. But Texas is already.
Hold on. You don't think Milton's a better quarterback than Cooper Rush, or you think Milton can orchestrate the offense than Cooper Rush? You know what? That's another conversation.
Well, kind of my thoughts on that yesterday was I'm a little more confident right now. I mean, I'm not confident the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs or anything like that. But what I was saying yesterday was I like the fact with Joe Milton, to where when Cooper Rush came in, for Dak Prescott those couple of times with good success, you pretty much had to retool and retailor the offense for Cooper Rush. Where with Milton, I think you have the possibility of where he's more the Dak. I don't want to say prototype.
You can still roll the same type of playbook out there.
Yeah, and then
I thought there wasn't much of a tailor off of that type of offensive philosophy with Cooper Rush. I thought they were still running some of the same playbook.
Yeah, well, not with the mobility. The mobility was kind of the thing with Dak, where you can kind of move him in and out of the pocket a little bit more. And I see the comment right there, Dak, the interception machine who lost to the Packers. I'm not talking about the playoffs. I'm talking about regular season. This is where the Cowboys excel at times, is in the regular season. We know the playoff history there. But, you know, I saw a mock this morning, maybe Matthew Golden going to the Cowboys at number 12. I mean, that's good for Dak.
I don't think they pass up on a running back, right? I think they know or maybe they take that offensive lineman. You know what I mean? We do have some NFL news that we can talk about tomorrow. I thought we were going to be able to hit it today. It looks like the Dolphins are going to move away with Ramsey, move on with Jalen Ramsey. So, and I'm looking at that. The way I looked at the contract, I think he's due to make like $25 million.
Mm-hmm.
So who's gonna pay this guy the amount of money? What, a rental? Or are you gonna extend him? You know what I mean? Like, is that the going rate for a defense back? Is he and that's another question that we can kind of table and put on the topic for tomorrow. Is Jalen Ramsey worth $25 million for 1 year? Is he still the lockdown ball and chain quarterback or ball and chain defensive back?
I'll tell you who could do it, and it would be scary. The Redskins. They got money. A little bit of a need back there.
Did do a fire sale on their defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know, man. Did you see yesterday? You were probably not even.
Well, let's talk about. Let's delve into that tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Did you see? I think who was Shadur Sanders? Did he have a workout for your Giants yesterday? I think he had.
I was so involved with this.
Sorry, CB. The Commander. Sorry about that.
I was so involved with this damn seminar and workshop that I didn't see anything on the Giants news yesterday. But no. So that's going down, huh? You think the Giants are drafting old Shador? Is that what I'm having to deduce from you?
I don't know what these guys. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, that is just such a. I don't.
It's draft hype, man. It's moving one way and doing the Kansas City shuffle the next.
Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Colorado retiring Shadur's number. Come on, man. Why are we doing that?
Whatever floats your boat, Colorado. Whatever floats your boat. Hey, opening day of signing day, I guess, for recruits here, right? What's going on?
It is the first day people can go.
First day of the official portal, right?
Yes, sir.
Any official news, gentlemen?
I'm nothing regarding Texas. But
Yeah,
I have some portal news, I guess. Just I know where a few guys are going, but none of them are for Texas. So, wow.
Where's Nico going? Who's going to pay that bag?
Yeah, hey, that's what we're going to talk about. Having to take a pay cut now. Who saw that coming? Who saw that coming?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, gents, I got some stuff to do. I got to fly here. So I'll bid y'all adieu. Y'all have a great show and have a happy Wednesday. Y'all be good.
Have a good show, boys.
Yeah,
Back tomorrow at 9.
Yeah. Hey, according to Hayes Fawcett, Zach Rice now in the portal, former 5-star offensive tackle in the 2022 class. He said, Bill Belichick, I'm tired of this. You can't have a girlfriend my age. This is not a serious program.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that had to have been the final straw, I think. No. I don't know. I doubt Texas will be interested because he's a starting level offensive tackle and one that can actually play left tackle. They already have one in Gooseby. Like, this is a kid who's going to make like $1.5 million next year. And probably at an SEC team, I would assume, because, the entire SEC, they can't recruit from their own conference this time of the year. So, thought that part was interesting. But nonetheless, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. And going to be talking a lot of different things. I say we start off with the Nico stuff. About a day or two ago, was reported UCLA, North Carolina, Tulane were the teams. North Carolina is out. They got the South Alabama kid. And Tulane is out. Tulane doesn't They don't really have like a 24/7 site or like an On3 site because it is a smaller market. So like going and trying to find the reports of what happened with them and Nico has been kind of hard. But I did find there's this lawyer on Twitter who is not only a Tulane season ticket holder, but a big booster. And he was tweeting about it. So that's the information I'm going off of. But basically they said Tulane had about $4 million for him. Just that Nico and his camp were wanting, on top of the $4 million, guaranteed endorsement deals through Tulane where like they would get, third-party companies to also bring sponsors on top of the $4 million. And just their demands that everything was too quick, and Tulane backed out of it. So I think, they probably will end up with Jaden Rashad if I think that's where things are pointing. And then UCLA appears to be out of it as well. I saw there's a report that came out yesterday that multiple schools have said they will be interested if the price goes down to around $1 million. So kind of waiting to see what happens. Very, very interested. I don't know. You have any thoughts on this whole?
I do have some thoughts and a few things that I won't say on the air because to make it short, I don't think that Nico has been given a fair shot by the college football media over the last week or so. I honestly think some of the things that are being reported about his recruitment and his situation in the portal have never been reported. And I understand, the reason for that and who he's made mad and who his camp has made mad and kind of everything that's going on in the last 6 days here. But I'm sure it has hurt him, when looking at some other schools. Because, I mentioned Notre Dame yesterday. They're not going to be in it. I mentioned Texas Tech yesterday. They're not going to be in it. I think it'll take a couple days. I do think that a Power 4 school, and yes, CP, it's his dad to blame. I'm not going to go on here and blame the kid. I said that yesterday. I think it's ridiculous that anyone would. I think, yes, he made a bad mistake, but he's also 20 years old, and I don't think I'm in a position to say that he's just ruined his career here. There will be a Power 4 school that gets involved in the next 2 days, I'm going to say. Whether it's with that pay cut or not. With Tulane, I think it's really weird. If they were willing to pay, the Nico price, why didn't they pay Darian Mensah? Like, something doesn't add up here.
Well, Darian Mensah isn't worth $4 million either.
So Nico's a better quarterback than Darian Mensah. Why would you not pay him?
I would say, this is what I would say. Darian Mensah is a more consistent, safer option. You pretty much know what you're getting with him. Whereas Nico Iamaleava, it's still about the potential. He still has that high ceiling. And now while he hasn't put it together, that would be Tulane gambling on him putting it together with them.
What is this? See, I don't understand this whole, and I've heard this, not to point out you individually, but he did put it together in a lot of these games. I mean, Tennessee, he played banged up against damn near everyone in the back half of the season. He beat Alabama. He was still a top half quarterback in the SEC. And I think if you take away, I think so. I think if you were to go by QBR, he's top half as well. I think that someone at some point, and it's going to be more than one team, is going to realize, hey, a top half quarterback from the best conference in the country is in the transfer portal, and no one from that conference can get him. And a couple teams would. There's a few teams in the SEC that would want him.
All right.
I'll tell you what.
We're going off last year.
He was pretty similar to Jalen Milroe, but I'll give Jalen Milroe the nod there. He was better than whoever they had at Auburn, Peyton Thorne or Hank or whatever. He was not as good as Lagway, but it was pretty close. He was not as good as Carson Beck. That's a tough one. But yeah, he was not as good as Carson Beck. He was not as good as Nuss. He was much better than Taylor Green.
I'd say they're closer than people think, but I will agree with you.
He was much better than whoever Oklahoma had.
Yes.
He was worse than both Quinn and Arch. He was worse than Diego Pavia. He was worse than Lenora Sellers. He was better than Brock Vandegrift. And there's Tennessee. He was pretty similar to Brady Cook. I'm going to give Nico the nod there.
I'm cool with that. I hate Brady Cook.
He was better than Connor Wigman and Marcel Reed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty confident in saying that. He was better than Shapen and Michael Van Buren.
Mm-hmm.
And he was not as good as Jackson Dart.
So that's 8 QBs in front of him. So he technically is a bottom half SEC quarterback.
But again, I think I give him the nod over. I think Beck is the one where I feel like he was really better than in a lot of games, because I just don't think Carson Beck's, really moved the needle at all last season. So yeah, middle of the pack SEC. He made the playoff in his first year as a starter. Yes, that's a stacked roster at Tennessee. Yes, they had a great defensive line, but I hate to come on here and cry Nico, but I just think that someone is really there's going to be a team that regrets it. Unless Texas Tech just has a complete stud in Will Hammond or Baron Morton, excuse me.
The Baron Morton thing is like fucking ridiculous to me.
See, Baron Morton was not good. They played some awful defenses. He put up crazy numbers in the beginning of the season. They're better off with who they've got at backup, and
thank you.
Nico's better than both those guys. I think there's almost no doubt. And I guess Tech is going to be cutting a big check again. Jordan, you might know that. Is Tech about to be cutting a big check and then getting one of their guys back?
All right, so real quick. I don't know why this graphic says new SEC divisions. If I was smart, I would have used a different one. I literally just searched up SEC teams so I could have them all in a photo. I do not know what this is regarding as far as new SEC divisions. So just wanted to clarify that. There's nothing going on with the conference splitting in two. But yeah, no, that was one of the guys I wanted to talk about. As things currently stand, Micah Hudson is going to end up back at Texas Tech. Very, very fascinating last few months with him. Texas Tech, I talked about it. They paid him less than what he agreed to, than what was agreed to, than what was signed to on the contract. That and a few other things contributed to him entering the portal. Got to A&M, and things just didn't feel right, and ended up walking out of the program mid weight room session. Just walked up to the coaches, hey, I'm dealing with some other stuff that's more important than football. I need to take a break. And then about 3-4 weeks passed. I called someone I know has a relationship with the general manager at A&M. And I'm like, hey, what is going on here? Is he going to come back? And I was just told he's done. He doesn't have a spot in the program anymore. So, since February or March, it was known he was not coming back and was going in the portal. While he has been at A&M, or since he has transferred from Tech, I should say, he's actually spent a lot of time in Lubbock, hanging out there. A lot of friends are still down there. And, he might have been around Tech a little bit too, like their football program. Allegedly, I should say. So that is the landing spot I'm expecting. I actually, at Under Armour Houston, the father of a Texas Tech commit brought it up, and he's like, what do you think? And I'm like, Tech? And he's like, yeah, it's pretty much done already. So with how the last few months have gone for him, a commitment edit, if he doesn't even post one, that wouldn't surprise me, but I would expect him to end up there. Baylor made a really strong push, try to put some money on the table. He doesn't want to play for Dallas Baker or in Waco, that close to home in Belton. So, he always was – it was weird. He liked the part about Texas where if he was to go there, he would have been close to home. But with Baylor, it's like, this is too close, and I don't want to play at Baylor, which I get. There's a fair amount of kids on that I-35 corridor that feel the same way. Like, I love my home, my hometown, but I'm not staying here. So that's what's happening with Tech. I'm sure the Orange Bloods message board post about him demanding like almost $1 million in cars and hotel rooms and all that will resurface. It is fake. So yeah, very curious what Tech is going to pay him. Going to try to find out, because when he was going into the portal, they were offering him 7 figures to come back, and their camp was like, if you couldn't pay us $250K, why would we trust you to pay us 7 figures? So I'm going to try to get to the bottom of that just because it is very fascinating. Another running back, I think we talked about a tiny bit yesterday. Maybe we didn't, but Jaden Ott, the California transfer, as soon as he went in the portal, it was reported OU was the likely landing spot, which 9 times out of 10 means whoever's reported first that quick is going to get him and that they'd been tampering. That is exactly what happened. Jaden Ott, you're now the starting running back at Oklahoma. And welcome to the Red River rivalry, my friend. They'll probably need a big performance out of you to not have what happened last year happen this year. So there's that. One thing I wanted to talk about or bring up with Nico that we were talking about, and Will, I do appreciate you being like the only person I've seen in the industry to actually be like, hey, he's still a 20-year-old kid. He still has a lot of potential. And, you know, honestly, going about it more mature than I am, I think maybe I have been a little too hard. But this is why. Front office sports, which I mean, most people have heard about them. They do a lot of reporting on NIL and stuff and coaching changes, just, you know, a lot of stuff about front offices and sports. And they had a story yesterday where they interviewed Cordell Landers, who is basically a member of Iamaleva's camp. There's no other way to call him anything except a handler. He's a classic handler. And he reps players, and I guess could technically be called an agent by some, but he's not an agent either. And a big thing for him in his bio and the way he presents himself, it's, I used to work at Florida. I worked in the recruiting department at Florida. He worked there for like 2 months before he got fired, and it was under Dan Mullen, Florida. That's how long ago it was. But with him, Texas fans probably remember him. He was Dominic Williams' guy, and was a big part of how Dominic Williams' recruitment kind of unfolded the way it did, where it was all over the place and the numbers were through the roof, and he didn't play up to those numbers at Oklahoma last year. But he did an interview with Front Office Sports yesterday where he said, quote, his representation hasn't steered him wrong, the family friend says. At the end of the day, what did we do wrong to steer him and put him in a bad situation? We didn't. Yes, you did. You know, he's not getting $2.4 million from anyone at this rate. And he sure as hell isn't going to be in an offensive scenario like, you know, Tennessee with Heupel and other just the personnel around him and everything. So this is a crazy situation, and I think one that will be made of. People are going to make examples out of this for years to come.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
as they should.
They should. I'm not denying that at all. Just kind of the same thing that I've said. I think that someone at some point in the next couple days will realize that they're getting a steal in the portal, regardless of what the price tag is, because if he's willing to take somewhere between $1 and $2 million, I think that's a pretty good value for what you're going to get for him. I would just think that's the market. We don't hear the numbers for 99% of the quarterbacks. And now, honestly, from a casual college football fan perspective, Nico will be the only quarterback that you really know what he's making. He's the only one that has a dollar value matched to him.
And I'd say Darian Mensah.
Yeah, Darian Mensah maybe, but I still think there's way more eyes on this than there were on that. Because it was like, because for a couple of weeks there, it was like, oh, Duke is going to pay someone. They're paying someone for, and you didn't really know who it was for a few days. And I think it's not like Darian Mensah was very well known by the college, you know, the casual fan this past season. Nico was, for better or for worse. So, like I said, you know, when he steps in week one, they're going to say, oh, this is the $2 million man.
Yeah, I also think Carson Beck's deal is going to be talked about a lot if he plays like he did last year. Because, I mean, Cam Ward's deal was $2 million. Miami makes that shit back in concessions, you know, in a few games. So, with the rev share stuff coming in, that's one thing I'm curious about. Could Iowa State be like, hey, Nico, we'll pay you $4 million and a third of our rev share, you know?
And that's a big part of this right now is that, you know, the revenue share, the House settlement has not been finalized yet. I think that's pretty, you know, these deals are not going through the clearinghouse yet. There's no fair market value at this point. So that's a huge part of this. There's no fair market value for anyone being determined. And once that happens, there will be some alterations in what guys are being paid. And I think you'll have I keep saying fair market value, but you'll have the true price on what a lot of these guys are worth per our government, I guess. And I think if you were to put a value on him, I think it's close to $2 million, just based on the exposure that he brings to you, the revenue that he brings in. He's going to sell a lot of jerseys no matter where he is, especially because of what's going on in the last last week. He is a big name guy. I'll say he'll land on his feet. I'm not so sure about Iowa State though. But I will say, if I'm Tennessee, I'm calling K-State. I'm tampering with Avery Johnson, and I think that would be a nice little swap if Nico ended up at K-State because Avery Johnson left. I think that would actually be pretty good if they just made a trade here. I think that would work out for both teams.
They would throw up in their mouths, if not just all over the place. Like Avery Johnson is like a state of Kansas folk hero. He's from Mays, Kansas. That's what Nick and I were talking about. Like, he has to be the first guy you call if you're Tennessee and you start tampering. Well, when you start tampering, if they haven't started already. But getting him to turn his back on his own state would be kind of rough. That's why I'm like, hey, Kyron Drones, baby, or someone. Miller Moss, not a high ceiling by any means for your offense, but a pretty high floor.
Miller Moss is making a lot of money at Louisville as well. Someone.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Tennessee is going to have to pay a lot of money for someone that can get them to the CFP or give them a chance to still get to the CFP.
From what I know, Miller Moss is making just about as Nico was, at Tennessee, if not more. He got a great deal with Louisville, and Louisville is not, they've had some issues holding on to people in the high school and transfer ranks over the last few years. But I don't see Miller Moss really wanting that attention either. I think being at Louisville for a few months, he's going to realize I have a very good chance to be a top half quarterback in the ACC. I could put myself in a position to be drafted, mid round is probably his ceiling when he comes out next year. But I think it would be very hard to get him away, from Louisville. I think there's way more guys in the SEC that Tennessee could get, but they just can't do it because of the conference transfer rules. So they're in a worse position than Nico is right now. I'll say that.
Yeah. Frederick DeBose. Michael Hawkins, that can't work because he's in the SEC. Also, like if the SEC didn't have those rules and they chose Michael Hawkins, just burn the whole thing down in Tennessee, then get a new staff in there, new front office. It was a great question, Jake Bayless. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. One thing I saw that I cannot wait to see when it comes out, Netflix coming out with a documentary. I believe it's part of their Untold series. Hopefully we get one of the ones more like the Connor Stallion episode than the Johnny Football episode. But on May 6th, Netflix coming out with a documentary on Gilbert Arenas and Javaris Crittenton, and it's called Shooting Guards. And if you don't know about Gilbert Arenas, it's about the locker room incident where he brought a gun into, I believe it was the Washington Wizards locker room. I either was like an infant or a toddler or hadn't been born yet. I forget what year that happened.
I think it was pretty late, and it's probably 08 or 09, somewhere around there.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. I thought it happened closer. It's like 02.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one. They on the podcast with Jeff Teague, they always make fun of Gilbert Arenas for bringing a gun to an NBA locker room. So can't wait to see what's been untold until now. But
yeah, let's get to some Texas recruiting. We would love to talk about Texas in the transfer portal, although the only news we have at this point is that Evan Mosley is signed with Texas, and on the export side, it's Freddie DuBose, who has not been with the team for the last few months. I believe Reed Watkins also entered the portal. So no one of note so far. I would say that it will likely take until the end of this week to find out if Texas is really involved with anyone. It seems like they will be going after a tight end. I think a couple of names have already been, listed in terms of who that will be. Jordan, remind me of the name of the Cal tight end, because that is who you're on mute right now, by the way.
Appreciate it. I was due for one of those. It's been a minute. Yeah, I was trying to find his profile on here. I don't know why his portal profile isn't showing up. But yeah, the Cal tight end, his name is Jack Endries. Maybe he's not officially in yet. He believe he was one of the kids that posted days ago that when it opened, he had planned to go in, but I'm not sure if he's actually in yet because we would have had him ranked by now, or at least that's my assumption for our portal rankings team. Yeah, expect Texas to pursue him. Right now, he's pretty much the best tight end in the portal. There's a few other interesting guys like Devon Mitchell, who transferred out of OU, so Texas can't get him. And he'll probably some Big 12 or ACC or Big 10 school is going to overpay for him, not knowing that he wasn't showing up to practice and was living at the Oklahoma tight ends coach's house and still couldn't put it together. So with injuries, SEC teams like Texas are going to have to fight him on that. So very curious if other names at that position go in because injuries in schools like Texas are in a very similar situation where they kind of have to get him and he can only go to one school. So if it's not Texas, someone else is going to have to go in the portal because Texas, they're not rolling into the 2025 season with Jordan Washington, Spencer Shannon, Imari Winston, and a Nick Townsend who showed up in June as their only scholarship tight ends. They're just not doing that. So just sitting patiently, waiting patiently. Coach 420 asked, how does Texas sit with Tyler Atkinson right now? Still needs to visit. Hasn't been on campus in several months, if not. I think the last time was for the Georgia game on October 19th. Before that, I'm not sure if he had ever been to Texas prior. Anyone you talk to in the Southeast ask questions about with Atkinson, they expect him at Georgia. Grayson, or I should say Grayson High School. It's in Loganville, Georgia, which is on the east side of Atlanta, pretty close to Athens. So, a safe bet, Alabama, Auburn, I think like USC and a few others are also in it. He is like a top 8 out right now and is still saying he's open to all 8 schools. Texas is in there, but the state of Georgia linebackers that you need to know about, I'd say before Tyler Atkinson, is Xavier Griffin, the 5-star, who's actually, I believe, the #1 ranked linebacker in the entire country, who's committed to USC. Visited Texas this past weekend, first ever time in Austin. They kind of snuck him on campus, purposely waited until he had stepped foot in Austin to put out that he was there. And then there's another cat named Braden Rouse who is actually getting in to town either today or tomorrow and is going to be visiting Texas for 2 or 3 days. And he's at a Kell High School in Marietta, which is also Atlanta area on the north side. He is very high on Texas's board, just like Xavier Griffin. So those two, Braden Rouse and Xavier Griffin, are names that should be ahead of Tyler Atkinson right now just because they're more realistic than – their Texas is more realistic for those two than they are Atkinson. And also, I'm not speaking for a scouting team. I'm not speaking for anyone except myself. But I do think if I was Texas, I would be recruiting Rouse and Griffin over Atkinson. I do not care what the rankings say. I'm just a little worried with Atkinson's frame. Like, man, I've seen a lot of different top linebacker prospects. Pretty much every 5-star linebacker that's come out of either the Southeast or the state of Texas, I've seen them going back to the 2022 cycle. None of them looked as physically tapped out or maxed out as Atkinson appears. So I'm not saying he can't get better. I'm not saying he can't put more weight on his shoulders, but he's a very ready-to-play year-one freshman that I'm not sure how much better, how much will progress by the time it comes for him to leave for the NFL or finish his college career. incredibly high floor, just much closer to his ceiling than guys like Xavier Griffin or Braden Rouse are, if any of that makes sense. And I'm not sure who the Bradshaw kid is that you're referencing. Maybe Aaron Bradshaw in North Carolina. I spoke with him at a 7-on-7 tournament a few weeks ago. Texas, they haven't talked to him, or at least at that time, they hadn't talked to him in several weeks. He was an offer that Blake Gideon extended, and then about a week later took the Georgia Tech job. Gideon was recruiting him really hard, and it makes sense when you look at his film. It's like, yeah, this is the kid that Gideon would always target. But since Akina and Mark Orphy got there, the communication has dropped off. Went from every now and then to he hadn't heard from them in like 3 or 4 weeks whenever I talked to him about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So he had OVs at the time set for Texas Tech, TCU, Houston, and LSU. Would be a really good get for TCU. They sign like 2 North Crowley kids every year, so they should have a great shot. But anytime you're TCU and can get a kid that also has like LSU, Tech, and Houston on the OV schedule, it is a win. So I believe that is who you're referencing. But anyone else you want us to hit on, just let me know. Will, did you speak with Xavier Griffin?
I did not. Hank did. So I was not able. I was right here in this room covering Texas's 15-inning game against Kentucky on Saturday, and was not able to make it down to Moncrief by the facilities. So I didn't get to talk to Xavier Griffin. Hank did.
No worries. What guys did you talk to?
I did not talk to anyone as
okay, my bad.
Sorry. Went on until about 4:30. So I didn't get down there. I did listen to a lot, of what Hank sent to me. We talked a little bit about Chase Calicut yesterday and how we'll dive in on that a little bit more because this is a recruitment that's been talked about more than almost anyone out of the guys that Texas is really recruiting. Chase Calicut has been crystal balled to Texas by you for about 3 months now. And it's kind of Texas, him ending up at Texas has been a foregone conclusion for a couple months, but that's changed. It has changed for sure. I'm not going to deny that. Michigan had him on campus about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Obviously made a great impression, enough to make some people in Ann Arbor feel like they're the leader. And then, Washington has been around there for a while. They already had an official visit scheduled, and he's been pretty close to the staff there, and they also feel like they're ahead of Texas. And sometimes it seems like Ole Miss feels like they're ahead of Texas. Chase Calicut is very close with Mark Orphy. He's already close with Dwayne Akina. He's one of the guys that the new secondary coaches have done a really good job at staying the course with. There are some cases where that isn't true, and maybe Texas has fallen behind on some of them, just as we've seen in running back with Javian Osborne and a couple other ones. I would say Amari Latimer no longer on the board since Jashard Choice left, but they've done a damn good job with Chase Calicut. I still feel like he'll end up at Texas. I think although Michigan has that last official visit, Texas will do a good enough job on theirs where he may not even make it to Ann Arbor.
Yeah, that would be the hope. It's interesting, visited Michigan. They obviously have picked up some steam. Calicut has gone on record in the last few weeks since visiting Michigan saying the Wolverines are his leader. He also went on record several other times earlier this spring saying Texas is his leader. He also plays 7-on-7 for the SFE program, South Florida Express. He does a good job of making sure their guys are paid well. They know how to play the game. Even if Michigan is the leader, he made sure to clarify it is very close. Texas is right behind there. Washington, they're interesting. They've already hosted them for a visit, and Jed Fish did sign one player from the state of Texas last year who I do know Chase Calicut is friends with and has played 7-on-7 with. And then Ole Miss, he's yet to visit there, and I'm pretty confident he is not going to Ole Miss. But with Texas and Michigan, that's who it's expected to come down to. Other programs can get in there. A&M is in the picture to some degree, but they are just in a really weird spot with North Shore kids, and it's because of the Denver Harris situation. So Like they took a really long time to offer Devin Sanchez. And then when they did, they were like, sorry, we just didn't know how to handle this because of the Denver Harris thing. We thought you wouldn't like us. And Devin was like, well, I don't like y'all because y'all took a year longer to offer me than everyone else did. But with Calicut, I'm with you. I think it'll be Texas at the end of it. Very competitive with Michigan. They are the leader. In the last official visit does scare me. But also at times this spring, I've heard from people in Calicut's camp, he might not wait till July. He could commit in April or May. And when talking about he could commit, they were referencing Texas. So I do think what you said, them potentially landing a commitment the June 13th, 15th weekend is a possibility, and that he cancels that June 20th through 22nd Michigan OV. But a lot of fluidity in the recruitment right now, and those two are the ones to watch. One guy I want to talk about that I wrote a story about yesterday, another safety prospect, Yaheem Miami Riley out of Austin Anderson, originally an Austin LBJ product, played his first 3 seasons of high school football at LBJ. The first year was for Jamal Fenner, who's now on staff at Texas. Some things happened at LBJ with the program coaching staff, and ended up transferring to Anderson in either February or March. So, pretty much an LBJ Jaguar, still at heart. That's where Drew McCougar came from, several other top Austin area players over the years, and visited Texas on Saturday. It was his first time on campus since the June 1st elite camp, and the first time on campus with an offer. So it went really well. Did not meet with Sarkisian. He had to leave early. He had Sark didn't have to leave early. Miami had to leave early. He had something that same day that had been on the schedule for a minute. So again, was not able to meet with Sark, but the plan is he's probably going to get by on an unofficial before his June official visit. Dwayne Aquino is who he spent the most time with. That is his primary recruiter. Kenoto Hudson was who offered him, the Nichols coach. But whenever Riley gets recruited by Texas, when he hears from Texas, 9 times out of 10, it's Dwayne Aquino. And it's interesting. I was on the phone with my Yaheem Riley source for a long time yesterday, kind of asking, because with Miami, Texas was always the dream school. It was the offer he always wanted. But it came pretty late. It came in March, and at like 9:30 at night. The other schools in this thing, Vanderbilt, Texas Tech, Houston, have all either had an offer on the table for over a year or about a year, or they've been communicating with him for a year. So Texas playing catch up a little bit. And I did end up getting some context to how the offer came about. Basically, they decided they needed to offer another safety and really go all in on another safety besides Calicut. Several members of the staff brought different guys to the table. Aquino brought Riley to the table and said, hey, I offered this kid in October at Arizona. He was my number 1 safety at Arizona. We need to recruit this kid. He's, Austin area. Brings this film to the staff. Originally, they were like, because the old staff never pushed for him. Aquino put his foot down, said, hey, no, we need to offer him, recruit him. And his request was granted. The offer was sent out not too long after. And Aquino and Orphe, on the visit to Texas this past Saturday, made it very clear to him, hey, if we had been here as coaches at Texas for years instead of months, this offer would have come a long time ago. And you probably would be committed by now. And so, I wrote about when Texas offered him, yes, they're going to have a great shot to eventually flip him, but there's still work to be done. He's not flipping to Texas just because it's close to home with the logo. They need to make him feel needed and wanted, and make sure they do a good job, expressing why he fits their defense and why he could play there and be an impact player. Because Houston, Texas Tech, Vanderbilt are all calling him more than Texas is, and they're also have been pitching those exact things I've been saying since January. So I think Texas is still in a great spot, but again, there's more room to go until they're at the finish line. Right now, there's 2 OVs on the schedule: Texas Tech through June 20th through 22nd weekend, and Houston June 5th through 7th. He did decommit from Houston on Sunday. He'd been committed to Houston since December 23rd, and in that same decommitment announcement, released that he still plans to take an official visit to Houston. I did find out that he was planning to take official visits as a Houston commit, and Houston told him, hey, if you're committed to us, you can't OV to any other school. So he just decommitted so he could.
It's an odd play for Houston. I'll say that.
Yeah, like they don't have the leverage in this situation. And also, Yaheem Riley is I've covered this kid since he was 14. He's very straightforward. When he says he's going to do something, he's going to do something. So that's why he backed out. And he has the May 31st or May 30th through June 1st weekend open, the June 13th through 15th weekend open. Those weekends are going to be filled with Vanderbilt, Texas. Vanderbilt, Texas, Texas A&M, and Houston are pretty much the unofficial top four. I highly doubt Riley will put out a top four. He's not about the flair parts of recruitments. But Texas would expect them the June 13th through 15th weekend because they don't host kids that May 30th through June 1st weekend. Now, there is someone in the camp, in Riley's camp, who is pushing him to – I actually thought this was pretty funny. They are pushing him to move his Texas Tech OV up from the last weekend to June 13th through 15th so he can see Texas the last weekend and finish his official visit circuit in Austin. And I was like, what really is the point of that? And he's like, well, he's going to be pissed if he goes to Nashville, then Houston, then Austin, and has to finish out in Lubbock. Especially if a lot of people in this recruitment have a pretty good idea of where this is trending and where it's heading, and it's Texas. So they think, again, there is someone pushing for the OVs to be swapped out. Tech to go up to June 13th through 15th, opens the last weekend. So expect Texas to get their OV either the 13th through 15th or 20th through 22nd. The timeline, he's hoping to make a decision right after OVs. He kind of hates the recruiting process, so if he commits on like June 23rd, it would not come as a shocker at all, either late June or early July. I could also see him, again, this is a very straightforward kid who's always gone about things the right way. If he goes to, May or April and is like, all right, I know I'm going to Texas, this is pointless, he will commit and cancel the other OVs. So still trending pretty well. They've trended really well, since before the offer, but really since the offer on March 24th. So there's that.
Yeah, there's that. We've had a couple Texas exports over the last few minutes, but no one really of note. I think we already mentioned Reed Watkins, Reese Beauchamp, and then Freddie DeBose. So 3 non-factors for Texas. Will be officially in the portal, I would believe, in a couple hours here, as it is officially open today. Anything else on the transfer portal side you want to get to, or you want to go right back into high school?
Well, we'll do high school. I'm going to hit on this question right here. Jake Bayless says, when does Ojo commit to us? I want that recruit. Yeah, he is very much a must-get recruit, I think, for Texas, or at least an elite offensive tackle prospect that Texas needs. His timeline is July, August. He does plan to make the decision before his senior year, but has also gone on record being like, if I'm not ready yet, I'll take it into the season. He's similar to Riley, where he's always gone about things about the book, been a man of his word and stuck true to it. So I would expect him to make the decision in July. And also, a lot of these kids just get burnt out right after OVs, especially when you take 5 or 6 of them in a row and it's on weekends and your parents work real jobs Monday through Friday. Like, that shit adds up. So by the time, having the last OV is a good thing a lot of times, but sometimes it is not a good thing because they are done with the visit process after the second OV and early in the month. So with him, I would expect July, maybe August, but July is where his timeline is lining up. What is with y'all and Reese Beauchamp?
Hey, man, he was a legend. He's a Texas legend. He's gonna,
if I'm not mistaken, that's a Hyde Park alum?
I believe so. Yeah, that was he will be getting his number retired when Quinn does. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, hey, he had a brother who walked on at TCU. Beauchamp did. That's correct.
Did he do anything?
I mean, fuck if I know. I just know he walked on at TCU at some point. Okay, thank you, Jake. I'm like, what are y'all talking about?
I forgot about that one.
Yeah. Also, y'all need to understand how many walk-ons from Texas are about to be in the portal. The roster limits are going down to 105. The House settlement, the judge who has to approve it is trying to get them to phase it in and grandfather those walk-ons in to where they can finish their college careers, and the 105 doesn't go down so they run out of eligibility. But the NCAA and college basically we can't do that. it has to go to 105 right around. There's no phase in. So that being said, Texas and most other programs usually carry around 120 to 120 plus total players on the roster with 85 scholarship players, which means 10 to 15 walk-ons at each program are about to be in the portal because they can't be on the team anymore due to roster limits, which is not talked about much because they're walk-ons and people don't care about them like they do scholarship players. But a sad part of the House settlement, a sad part of football in today's day and age, going to be much less, hero walk-on stories when you
don't care about them
pool that much. So, just don't be surprised if 10 of the walk-ons are in the portal in the next week in Texas.
It's going to be a little unfortunate. Yeah, the walk-on program is basically going away, CB. And I think a lot of these guys will never play college football again. Some of them will be able to get scholarship spots at, I don't know, some places, bad D1s, but the difference between a scholarship player and a walk-on player at 90% of programs is very high, very big. And there's a huge talent gap. There's a huge physical gap with most of those guys. And I think some of them will go and play FCS. Some will maybe go play D3, but I believe the majority will never see a field again, unfortunately. I think it's awful. I think it's one of the worst things that's happened to college football in the NIL era, is the demise of walk-ons. I can just think of two in the last 5 years for Texas. Obviously, Michael Taft, coming in as a Rice commit, and having Scott walk-ons from a couple of the other big schools deciding to come to Texas, not really being a factor at all as a freshman, but making some waves early on. There was always talk that this Michael Taft guy is looking pretty good in practice, earns a scholarship spot, plays like a dog in 23, back-to-back picks, 3 games in a row. And then obviously we saw what he did this past season, and we know that he's a top 5 safety returning. So him, and then Jet Bush, who, had a good career at Texas.
Jet Bush.
He was actually signed by an NFL team for a few months. The New England Patriots, they did sign him to an undrafted free agent deal. He did not make it to camp. And I believe is working as a trainer now. A fellow Strake Jesuit alum. He was there at the same time as me. Got to see him play as a senior. But yeah, I know those aren't two huge names. Michael Taft is a big name. I know Jet Bush isn't a huge name. And I think, like I said, walk-ons not being a part of Texas anymore kind of hurts. It's one of those schools where you always have a couple. They're always good for roster building.
GPA, the team total GPA.
And they do the things that count. So it's going to be harder for Texas to kind of rein their guys in now.
Yeah. It's also worth bringing up, and this is the same at Texas as it is at a lot of other elite power programs. About half these walk-ons are GPA boosters / boosters kids / brothers of current players on the team. And then the other half is okay, yeah, this kid was actually pretty good. He slipped through the cracks. Let's get him in. He can make us better as a walk-on. So curious to see who is getting pushed out and who gets welcome back. Because, again, they're, sons of big Texas boosters or GPA boosters for the team. And I'm also, curious, hey, if each SEC team only has 20 walk-ons left, what are these team average GPAs going to start looking like? Are they going back down again,
Yeah, that's a big portion of the team there. That's about 20% on most of these teams. So sad to see.
You're talking about Texas walk-ons, Will. What do you know about Kai Money?
Not a thing. Is Kai Woods still with Texas, or he boarded last year?
They could have used him last year. No disrespect to Colin Page, but my walk-on running back GOAT is Kai Money. Guess where he went to? Nevada.
Nevada.
Yeah, he was the 3rd or 4th stringer behind Savion Red for Jeff Choate.
I think we said this last week, but why can't Texas just go back and get Savion Red? A few months ago, I think it almost would have made sense because we thought Texas was going to lose a running back or two after Choice left. Now that we know that's probably not going to be the case, there's not a spot anymore. But I feel like I mention the Savion Red package on this show at least once a week. And I'm going to do it again right here. I think Texas would be better off with Savion Red than they would with a lot of the with the running back depth, even if you're only going to use him for 10 or 15 snaps a game, I think that's better for him playing a full game in Nevada, to be honest.
Your commitment to this riff is impressive.
I mean, seeing that package live, it's breathtaking. It really is. And I
it's breathtaking because you're yelling like, why the hell do y'all keep running Wildcat with him? Everyone, it's the same thing as the 18-wheeler package. Everyone knows what's coming. But with Savion, like, I get what you're saying, and I know you're kind of riffing, kind of being serious. But who on the Texas running back room cannot do what Savion Red can do?
We don't know
because we don't have to worry about the off the field issues with those guys in the Texas running back room, like you were having to worry about when Savion Red was still in the program.
Yeah, but I haven't seen it yet, so I can't say that any of them live up to him. I would like to see it with Jerry Gibson, though. I'll be honest. I'd love to see it with Niblett. I was very surprised they didn't run anything like that with Niblett, and I think you were kind of worried. You didn't want another guy to go down even late in the season when you weren't using him that much, and when you did have the running back depth that you needed. But I hope Texas has something similar to that this season. I think it's something that can be developed very well in the non-conference games, and you'll pull out maybe once or twice in a SEC game. So time will tell. But I'm never going to be done with this. You can write it down somewhere. If I don't hit my quota of at least 3 Savion Red mentions per month, then something has terribly gone wrong with me.
Did I ever tell you about the signing day story with his Twitter account?
Go for it.
Okay. So
I've never heard it. So
I wasn't even in the industry yet. I was still doing photography, videography, just following Texas recruiting. Friend of the show, well, actually part of the show, Nick Harris at the time has basically our job at Horns 24/7. And Texas, they extended a late offer to Savion Red in the 2022 cycle. They needed another running back take. That's what they originally took him to play, and they moved him to receiver and then kind of back to running back later on. But it is very clear he's flipping from SMU to Texas on signing day. Nick is at Grand Prairie, and I know it's going to be Texas. So I'm just going through his Twitter account just because I'm like, hey, this guy Texas is about to sign. Let's see what he's posting. It's also like one of my best friends is from Grand Prairie, went to Grand Prairie High School, and basically watched Savion Red grow up. He knows all the ins and outs of what Savion Red was getting up to in high school. And so, he is certainly a character. So I'm just going through the Twitter to comb through and see what I can find. You go to the likes. That was when you could see people's Twitter likes, and it literally was just porn. You would scroll for 5 minutes. It was literally only porn. That's all he had for Twitter likes. And I call Nick, and I'm like, hey, you probably should call someone at Texas about this because when he commits, people are going through his account just like I did. And he was like, all right. And called someone who's actually still on staff. And they were like, what? Are you serious? And then they went and looked. About 30 minutes later, he had no Twitter likes on his profile. So that was the Savion Red signing day Twitter story. And kind of paints the picture of part of Savion Red a little bit. But I'm very curious where he ends up. If Jeff Choate and him at Nevada didn't work, look at his stats. I don't really see him transferring back up out of Nevada. And if those were your stats and, you didn't leave yourself and it was Jeff Choate's doing, then there was something else going on as well. And Texas will call Jeff Choate to ask, hey, what was he doing the 1 year he was there, if they were ever actually interested. But, yeah, that's the Savion Red story.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here with our last couple minutes on some non-Texas football stuff. We'll have a good amount of stuff to talk about tomorrow, and it seems like we should have some more portal information, by 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to take it to the NBA for a second. It's going to be my 2 minutes every day for the next couple of weeks on the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
Memphis and Golden State last night in Golden State. Warriors are up big, throughout the first half, even in the third quarter. Ja goes down. It looks like the game's over. The Grizzlies are 12-point dogs when they're only down by 3 or 4 because somehow people think that Steph is going to pull a rabbit out of his ass, and understandably so, because he ended up doing that. Memphis gets back in that game. They start leading. And as I mentioned on the show yesterday, this game was a pretty big one for me because the winner of it plays the Rockets. Memphis is sticking in there. Zach Edey has done a phenomenal job. I didn't watch enough Memphis games. He played great.
I watched the entire game, and then we got into the fourth quarter, and I fell asleep with like about 5 or 6 minutes left.
You missed classic Curry. You missed a guy that can pump fake 3 times and dodge 2 defenders. They said it on the broadcast last night, and I'm glad we're saying this more openly. The greatest shooter that God has ever created. In my mind, is moving in top 6, top 7 territory of all time. I think he's pretty on par with Jokic right now. I think if Jokic finds a way to make a deep run and win another championship, I think he's almost undoubtedly a top 7 player all time. But there's no denying that Steph Curry has the takeover badge more than anyone, maybe in NBA history, other than Michael Jordan or LeBron James. And what he's able to do late in games is very scary. And over the last 12 hours or so, I've chosen to be an optimistic Rockets fan and look at our last 5 years and say, hey, after Harden left, we were confident and we didn't know we'd have to wait 5 years. We did. We'd go through years and years of guys I won't even mention on the show because no one, there's 385 people watching, not a single person will know their name. Like guys like Anthony Lamb and I can't even remember his first name, Queen, not Derek either. Some bad players there coming in as the 2 seed against a team we've never beaten the playoffs, or at least not in that run. Losing the 27 straight threes to choke the Western Conference Finals in 2017 or 2018 maybe. It's been a long road. I couldn't be
And
more.
You're not going back anytime soon.
I'm going to say Rockets in 6. Rockets in 6. They're going to get this done. Also, give me the Pistons against the Knicks. I have no idea who's going to win that Milwaukee series. Give me the Nuggets. I don't understand why the Nuggets are underdogs in this series.
They don't have a coach.
They don't have a coach, but, coaches don't mean much when you have a guy called, named Nikola Jokic, because I think he's the coach there anyways. And there have been a lot of problems with Mike Malone over the last few years. Not the nicest guy to the media either. So give me them. Give me OKC in 4 against, I think they'll be playing Memphis, but maybe Dallas if Ja doesn't play the second play-in game, because I think there's no way that Sacramento beats Dallas with the way they're playing right now. I'm going to call out the finals right now. I'm going to say that somehow the Nuggets make it all the way. OKC is going to choke. They're still not built for it. They're still a year out. Like there was a player drafted a few years ago named Bruno Fernando. It's probably 2017 or 2018. They said he's always 2 years away from being 2 years away. And that's how I feel about OKC. They're always a year away from being a year away.
That's how I feel about Nico.
I don't think they have what it takes to make a deep run.
Sorry, I know that was off topic, but
I'm just not even going to say anything. I'm just not going to say anything. So I'm going to say Denver and Boston in the NBA Finals.
Barf. I hate that for Boston. I do hate watching them though, and like watching Jokic throw it around, so I'll go for them. You know who I was fascinated by? Because I just haven't watched any NBA this year. Like the main reason I was watching last night's game was to see if Ja Morant does anything stupid. I mean, Zach Edey. I was like, why the hell did they draft this cat? Is Steven Adams dead? I look up the roster; he's not on it anymore. So I'm like, oh, okay.
I thought he played great. I don't understand.
The thing is just like
I think
he has a few moments every game, just like he did in college, where he looks like Angel Reese, where he's taller than everyone and just gets the rebound, but is just like throwing it at the basket like this. In the National Basketball Association, I don't know. I just thought like fundamentally in other parts of his game would grow, but they just haven't in 5 years. And that's fine. He's getting double doubles and getting like, I think he had 15 rebounds last night. But I just, that part is crazy. And then also, where is this? Someone asked, I wonder if anyone has went to back-to-back finals with two different teams. LeBron James did.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah. LeBron did. Patrick McRae did with the Cavs and the Warriors. I believe it was in 15 and 16, like the first 2 years of that series. And Robert Horry did. Someone already said that. Steve Kerr also did. He went straight from Chicago to San Antonio when they made their first finals. And he was, yeah.
I'm not saying this, but this is a funny comment. This is a good one. Good job, Jake Bayless. Jake Bayless also said, couldn't finish a dunk, bro. You were a building with feet. Also true. So, yeah, hey, James Johnson, ring chasing bum. Now, isn't he a coach now?
I've got no clue.
Or am I thinking of, was it James Jones? He was with LeBron at the
James Jones is the GM of the Suns. Yeah,
that's who I was thinking of. I know he followed LeBron from Miami to Cleveland, so he would have also played in back-to-back finals.
Yeah.
But anyways, we're gonna stop reminiscing on our childhood of LeBron James. But we're gonna get out of here. Happy Hump Day. Hope y'all appreciated the show. Jake Bayless, Jack Burton, Rob, CB, Coach 420. We all of us appreciate you and everyone listening on podcast platforms. Thank you as well. Tomorrow we'll probably talk more Nico Iamaleava, hopefully some recruiting. Still need to talk about a few things from this past weekend. JW Crunch, I appreciate you too. I didn't miss you, my bad. Only scrolled up so far. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Up next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, Robert Mendoza, who is the father of Texas second baseman Ethan Mendoza, is joining the Ghost of Texas Baseball and Friends show to talk about Mendoza's first year in Austin and all things Longhorn baseball. So get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app to tune into that. And back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And we'll see y'all tomorrow. Signing out, Lone Star Play.